you creating time. There are certain things that can be delegated and others may not. Safety, security, and the others may not be adequately delegated. And so we just want to ask you to feel free, those that are virtually joining us, and those that are here within this morning, we value your presence. And so as the session kicks in this morning, right in Nairobi, from where we are, we just want to ask you to feel safe. And because of this, even as we commence the schedules for this morning, we just want to get ourselves safely in the hands of God, that He will watch through our sessions of the day to keep us safe and secure. So without much ado, I would humbly ask those that are here within that we may bow down and humble ourselves in reverence to God and have an opening prayer. We may pray. Gracious, merciful, and loving Father, this morning we want to thank you and to worship you for your faithfulness. This is the day that you have made. We will be glad and rejoice in it. We thank you because life is sustained in us. We are grateful that this morning we found ourselves alive and we purposed to come to our place of work, a place that, Lord, you have ordained and made possible for us to earn a living. We are grateful because we are reminded in your word that unless you build a house, them that build it labor in vain. Unless you watch over a city, those that watch over it are watching in vain. And this therefore reminds us that indeed our safety and security is in your hands. We come to you in times of storm because you are refuge and a shelter in the time of storm. So this morning, Lord, we come before you. We just want to thank you for each and every member, each and every person that is herein, physically and virtually. The members of our family, the members of Kenya Pipeline Fraternity, and the members of the nation of Kenya and worldwide, Lord, we are grateful. Thanks again, Lord, for this day. As we commence our sessions this morning, we invite your presence that indeed you will see us through. Bless us from the onset until we come to the end of it all. Our prayer and our desire by faith in Jesus' name, amen. So once again, I want to appreciate each and every one of us that is here. Please turn to your colleague, either to the right or to the left, and tell them, wewe ni shujaa. Yeah, there is a reason as to why I'm purposefully using this word, wewe ni shujaa. It takes a lot of courage sometimes to do certain things. And especially today, finding ourselves in the environment that we are in. As it is today, we are grateful to God for the rains. And yes, in some places it is causing havoc. In some places the drainages are not okay. But while at it, I know something is being done. So this morning, as we consider the events of the day, World Safety and Health Day, two things are coming to mind. And as we commence and wait for the other sessions of the day to roll out, I have two words that are close to each other. And you will help me probably get a relationship between the both of them or the distinction they are in. This word, safety and security. A person that is not safe, is he secure? A person that is not secure, is he safe? What is the relationship between these two? And probably, is there an interface? Just a thought. Aden. When a person is not safe, is he secure? When a person is not secure, is he safe? What then is the distinction, or what is the relationship between these two? Part of the things I want us to find out today, and I am optimistic that by the end of today's presentations, we should be in a position then to say what the relationship is and what distinction there is in between. The technical team, there is something little that I had shared with you. Kenyans are very creative, and they have thought of how people can survive in Nairobi, especially during floods. Kindly share with us the little video. I know it's just about 19 seconds, and I want us to look at it and probably, oh yes, that is how we can today survive the storms in Nairobi, the floods. Now, those people, are they safe by using what they are using? Think about it again. And if they are safe, are they secure? What is the risk in employing this kind of technology? Well, on a light note, how many of us tried this in our youthful stages? I did. Personally, we enjoy doing this kind of stuff. And if this is the only way of surviving a floody situation, are we safe in it? And how secure are we in this kind of a situation? So I wanted to use that as a demonstration just for us to begin thinking, even as we go through this day session. And those of us that are joining physically, we appreciate your coming. Those of us that are joining virtually through the links, we also appreciate your coming. Allow me to introduce myself. Edwin Okoth is my name. I shall be your master of ceremony for today's occasion. And so please feel welcome. And those of us that are within, let me pose this question to you. And you see, in an adult class, there is no answer that is wrong. It only depends on how you defend your answer. Safety and security. How might we define the two even as we settle in? Angelica, how are you? I am honored and humbled to have your presence with us. Two words so close to each other: safety and security. A person that is not secure, is he safe? A person that is not safe, is he secure? Maybe, Angelica, you could help us. I just want to begin engaging us even as we jog our minds, to then bring in Immaculate shortly to bring us the safety moments. Is safety a mental idea? That you'd say, I feel safe. I think I am safe. And is security physical, or is it still mental? What is the distinction between the two? And I said that an adult answer is always what? Right, depending on how you defend it. Mandu. A person that is not safe, is he secure? A person that is not secure, is he safe? How do you work with the two? Somebody wants to try? Immaculate, kindly get yourself ready to take us through the safety moments. But I want to see who is going to try and give it a go. Hello. Good morning. Are we here? How many remember to bring their right hands with them today? Just show it up if you brought your right hands. Yes. Oh, thank you. So we are inside here. I appreciate. Could somebody want to give a go? Safety versus security. Do you need one or both? If we need both, then, and nobody is going to talk now, then I will throw it to Caro when she will eventually come up and her team to try and help us know why we need both and not just one. Allow me bring on board Immaculate, that she will take us through the safety moments. Immaculate, karibu.
Good morning. My name is Immaculate Musangi. I want to welcome you to this event. That is the celebration of World Safety and Health Day at Work 2024. Just a few things to observe while we are here. Just because it is the safety day does not entirely guarantee that nothing can go wrong. So it is important that we take cognizance of our environment and the things that we need to look out for, even as we begin to ensure that we have a hazard-free, incident-free event. So where we are, this is the famously known Tintin restaurant, rather the cafeteria, which is on the west wing, sorry. From this room, we have four actually exits. We have the main exit, the main door which you came in with. We have that, which is labeled the fire escape. We have another door just behind you that leads to where the kitchen was. And then there's another door that can take you outside of the kitchen to the parking area behind there. And then last but not least, we have this door, which is behind me, that is covered by this banner. But for the purposes of this event, we have barricaded this door for safety reasons, so that when somebody is speaking, somebody will not come in and make that banner fall down. So for now, we have three main doors which can be used in event of an emergency. I'll reiterate: the main door you came in with, the fire escape, and the door that is leading outside of the kitchen. So while you are here, please keep those exits clear. In case at any given time you want to stand or you want to move your chair to be able to see what is happening better, do not obstruct any of those doors. For washroom facilities, and for the purposes especially of our visiting guests, we have washroom facilities in the main building in head office. On every west wing, we have a gents in each of the floors, and on each east wing, we have a ladies on each of the floors, starting from ground floor all the way to 7th floor. However, 6th floor is reserved for our MD and the board. In terms of your welfare, we will be providing water in the course of this event, which will be passed around, so that is taken care of. For first aid, in case you have any injury or require any medical attention, I would like to believe we have first aiders in the room. I have already spotted some as we speak, but just in case you're around, please raise your hand so that we can know where you are. First aiders in the room? Yes. I was waiting for you not to raise your hands. Okay. So thank you for that. So we have first aiders. Sarah is one of them. Jane is one of them. Angelica is one of them. So you will be able to be taken care of. We have fire marshals, again with us here in case of a fire emergency. They'll be able to ensure that we evacuate safely. So fire marshals, please, wherever you are, let's see your hands. I can see Chris there, Faith, Sarah, Munyasa, and Mandu. Mandu, you've not raised your hand, but I have seen you. So in case of anything that you observe that may not be safe or feel safe, please feel free to raise it with any of us, safety personnel, and anybody here actually, because we encourage everybody to take responsibility for safety. Just as you exit that door, you will notice that there is some uneven floor there. There is work that is going on there, some tile repair works. So in case you need to use that door, please make sure that you exercise caution to avoid tripping and falling. We would not want to have any medical emergencies. We do not have a drill planned today, but in case you hear an alarm, take it seriously and we will evacuate to the assembly point, which is for staff, right on my right, using this door. We'll go to the assembly point just outside of Equity. For our visiting personnel and guests, we will evacuate through this door and go to the area near the main gate, main security gate, and we'll assemble there and wait for the clearance. So with those many remarks, I want to wish you a safe event, and in case of anything, feel free to raise it with us and we shall take it with the utmost priority that it deserves. Thank you very much. Back to you, Edwin.
A round of applause for Immaculate Musengi. Thanks again for this day that is given to us. Yeah, so as we settle in, we appreciate your coming. Sarah Kanyanjuya, good morning to you. Yeah, thank you. She speaks in the other language. We are grateful for our colleagues here. It is not just about safety. Now we feel very secure as well. We appreciate your coming. Please feel most welcome. Thanks again for finding time to be here. Without much ado, in a moment we want to play the MD's video. There is something that the MD has purposefully made for us. Physically, he would not be here with us. They are down at the coast. For this reason, it was necessary that the same information can be passed to us virtually. And so the technical team kindly.
Dear colleagues, the International Labour Organization, ILO, began to observe World Day for Safety and Health in 2003. The World Day for Safety and Health at Work is observed 28th of April every year to promote the prevention of occupational accidents and diseases globally. It is an awareness-raising campaign aimed at creating a safe and healthy culture which can help reduce the number of work-related incidents and accidents. The theme for this year, World Day for Safety and Health at Work, focuses on exploring the impact of climate change on occupational safety and health. The theme brings attention to the emerging safe and health risk arising from climate change phenomena. Globally, there is an alarming data on the impact of climate change on workers' safety and health. Climate change and advanced weather patterns can have a severe impact on occupational safety and health risk. Radiations, air pollutions, major industrial accidents are just a few of the risks that can be aggravated by extreme weather conditions. Prolonged climate change impacts may, in extreme cases, result in deaths, diseases, macular degeneration, as well as mental health issues. Recently, as you're aware, we've had floods, heavy rains in our country. We've seen countries like Dubai, who've gotten the highest rainfall this week in the last 75 years. Ladies and gentlemen, KBC began celebrating this day in 2017. And since then, we've made it's an annual tradition for us as Kenya Pipeline to raise awareness in matters safety. This year, KBC will be running a safety week from 22nd of April to 26th of April 2024 across all our installations from Mombasa all the way to Kisumu to Eldoret. Some of the activities identified for this year's safety week will include departmental fire drills, station walkabouts, safety culture assessment, contractor as well as the oil marketing companies' engagements, and mental health from clinical psychologists to the staff, among other exciting activities we put together for you. KPC has partnered with Kenya Red Cross this year to conduct a fire safety and first aid awareness at Nyao Estate in Embakasi. This would be tailored for domestic employees. We shall be recognizing outstanding safety performance at both individual level as well as departmental level and also at the depot level. And therefore, I encourage all of you to participate in the events and be part of the promoting the safety culture in Kenya Pipeline. KPC continues to invest in systems, in processes, and programs to continuously promote a safe working environment for all. KPC has been supporting communities who reside along our right-of-way. In the 1,342 kilometers of the pipeline that we operate in, we work very, very closely with these communities. We recently donated $1 million shillings to Kenya Red Cross and Kenyatta National Hospital, and this donation was aimed at supporting the gas explosion, the unfortunate incident that occurred on 1st of February at Miradi, just here in our neighborhood in Embakasi. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I take this great opportunity to reiterate that safety is our #1 priority. I'd like to extend my gratitude to the Board of Directors for their foresight, their guidance, and their visionary leadership in prioritizing safety as our #1 priority. The culmination of this week's activities is the recognition and proof of the great men and women we have in this great company who have gone beyond their call of duty to keep all our stations and our depots safe. We appreciate you. I wish you all a safe and healthy safety week. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
For our captain, Joe Sang. Virtually, he has spoken with us, reminding us of a few things. I will recall just a few words that I've learned from this shortly before I bring in the Chief Environment Officer, Ibrahim Adan, for an introduction of what we want to look into this morning. But take home from what our team lead, our Captain Joe Sang, has mentioned. He's mentioned in the speech, one of them is safety culture. Well, culture is a people's way of life. Within it is what is acceptable as do's and don'ts. This is normally transferred verbally or probably orally if you wish, and it could also be in writing. He's spoken about our care for the environment and support for disaster, and he's mentioned KPC's contribution towards Kenyatta National Hospital and the Red Cross following the gas explosion at Muradi in Embakasi. This reminds us of how responsive we have been in matters safety, welfare, and environment. It's reminded us of how we then are coexisting with our communities that are along our way live that stretches 1,342 kilometers. And so we just want to appreciate that once again we are reminded that yes, there is the World Safety and Health Day. I'm beginning to imagine that Adan, a person that is safe and secure can be healthy. So if safety and security makes a person healthy, then it makes sense that we require healthy health in all its facets. So for this reason, without belaboring so much, Waswahili wanasema mbona niandike na mate ilhali kalamu ipo? Mbona mimi basi nijitese kwa mambo haya wakati ambapo Bwana Adan yuko hapa to take us through introduction to World Safety and Health Day. A round of applause for Adan even as he comes in to take us through this introduction. As he comes on board, we appreciate the members of staff that are seated here, the management represented here. I saw the terminal manager walk in. I see the ICT manager on board. Members of staff, all protocols observed. Kindly, please feel free. It is our day, a celebration of World Safety and Health Day. Adan, kindly.
Good morning, everyone. Asante sana Edwin for the introduction and accepting to be our MC for this event. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all of us to this event, which is World Day for Safety and Health at Work, which is an event that is celebrated worldwide each year on 28th of April. But as a company, we are celebrating it for a duration of a week. And as the MD has made my work much easier, I was given 10 minutes. I should be able to do now 5 minutes with the introduction the MD has given. That we started this journey in 2017 as a company, and we have been on it for the last 5 or 6 years. And we really have seen the improvements that has occurred as a result of this engagement on annual basis, reminding ourselves of the importance of health, safety, and environment within our company. And certainly as a company, one of our key pillars is caring for environment, preserving and protecting our workforce at workplace. So let me delve right to the theme of this year, and just to paint the picture of what World Day for Health Safety is for this year in terms of the adoption of the ILO theme for this year, which, as the MD said, is exploring the impact of climate change at workplace. Just as maybe someone will ask, what is climate change and how is it related to health safety at workplace? As you're all aware, we have been experiencing climate change, which is basically variability in climate or weather. And this variability has been intensifying for quite a while now. And all climate change is about is how we humans are impacting the environment. And one of the key polluters, or those who are impacting the world climate, is oil and gas industry. As a result, as a company, we have significant responsibilities to be aware of our impact as an institution, as an organization, as a sector, and relate that to what is happening at our workplace. As such, workers have been increasingly exposed to hazardous activities arising from climate change. This includes excessive heat. We can all appreciate that temperatures of maybe 20 years, 10 years is not the same. And the intensity of even the rains which we are experiencing has not been the same. Extreme weathers which are unpredictable. And this week seems to be aligned quite well with what is happening. This theme is quite aligned with what is happening in the country in terms of the weather conditions. We are experiencing significant floods across the country and weather condition, and we are exposed as a company, as workers, to these conditions. Globally, ILO, just to give you some statistics, 70% of global workforce are likely exposed to climate change related hazards, and existing occupational health and safety protections are struggling to keep up with the resulting risks as per 2020 ILO report. Of these 2.4 billion workers globally, out of the 3.4 billion workforce across the world, are facing serious impacts on health safety, of safety and health of workers, with excessive heat exposure becoming more pronounced. In particular, 18,970 lives are lost to non-melanoma skin cancer by workers, and 2.09 million disability-adjusted life years are lost annually, attributed to climate change. So you can imagine the impact climate change is having on safety and health at work. Worldwide, 26.2 million people are living with chronic kidney diseases linked to workplace heat stress. We may not pinpoint these numbers or these impacts to KPC per se or even Kenya, but globally you can feel the impact of climate change on workers. Further, it is noted that a cocktail of hazards have resulted or are resulting from climate change and posing dangerous health conditions at workplace. This includes cancer, cardiovascular diseases, respiratory illnesses, kidney infections, and mental health conditions are deteriorating as a result of climate change. 15,000 work-related deaths every year is noted due to exposure to parasitic and vector-borne diseases. You can imagine with climate change, the frequency of rains, the floods and all those, you have potential for vector-borne diseases all over, with mosquitoes and various mosquito illnesses, from Zika to dengue to the normal malaria. All these do impact workers at workplace, and we need to be aware of these illnesses, which are becoming more intense from the climate change induced impacts. As a result of noting these implications, today we are going to have a mental health talk as part of this World Safety Day celebration, but also general safety that will be done by Kenya Red Cross in terms of what happens. Is safety only at workplace, or safety is 24 hours around us? When you woke up this morning, what did you first check? As you drove off from your home, you are told always ensure you walk around the vehicle to check, do you have kids around the vehicle? What are the safety before you leave? Is your tires properly inflated and such. So there is safety around us on 24 hours, and we need to be aware of that, both at our homes and even at workplace. But significantly, as we experience this impact of climate change, we need, as KPC, we are aware of the impact these rains and these floods are having on our infrastructure. Washout of right of way, you have security teams patrolling the lines. They can be caught up in floods and such. Even us, as we drive to work and back home, we could be potentially be caught in this. And I think we have been advising as a department of raising awareness about your safety all across. And since ILO started World Safety Day in 2003, the general theme is, can we raise awareness to protect workers across the world and at every workplace, including our premises. With that, I hope, maybe by show of hands, how many of us have participated in the various activities during this week? On Monday, we had the drills, the challenges. How many of us? Both online and those who are present physically. On Tuesday, we had the domestic workers training in Nyayo. How many of us have sent your domestic workers? Okay, you have someone there at the back. And those who visited the tank farm on Thursday, Wednesday? Excellent. So we do really appreciate your participation in these various activities. As KPC, we say all of us are safety officers, and we will be called upon at any time to intervene, because we need to protect this company in event of any emergency, and our responsibility first in terms of safety is to ourselves and also to the company. So with those few remarks, I want to welcome you to this meeting, the culmination of the week in terms of the various activities of Safety Week, and we have various other activities that are coming up for the day. Thank you.
A round of applause for Aden. As I shortly bring in Daniel Azenga, just a quick thought. Safety observation and corrective action, that is what we call SOCA. And just thinking aloud, there are certain scenarios that these days when you see danger. A case in point is a man that is around 62 years of age, seen walking towards an Airbnb with a lady of around 23 years. Is that an incident to report? Hello? And to whom do you report? To the police or to the family? And so there are certain things that pose a challenge to us. Because if you choose to do nothing, there shall be a funeral. I don't know if you hear me. And I don't know why in such kind of an environment, blue pills never miss. And I am tempted to think, if you see such kind of a situation, please call the police. Purity, just share your number just in case we see an incident like such. We need to report so that we are all alive to help us pay taxes cumulatively without losing any member around. Azenga, come in kindly.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed, I think we just question and answer session, right? The first one to answer gets something. What does OSHA mean? Show of hands. Yes? Ah, wonderful. Mpatie kitu. Yes. Number two, I think somebody alluded to this. Nasoke na maanisha nini? Safety, observation, and corrective action. Are you sure? Correct. Okay. Yes. And final one, this is a simple one. Men, kwani Munyasa, what's happening? Simple one. Na PPE? You can't consult. Wonderful. Mpatie. So there are more coming, so we'll be interrupting, asking questions. Probably they are bigger gifts, but the questions become harder. So, thank you.
Thanks again, Azenga, for reminding us. Thanks again, Laban Karibu Sana. Safety, observation, and corrective action, under which we are thinking seriously about unsafe acts, thinking about unsafe conditions, and even near misses. We value our partnership with Kenya Red Cross. There is a presentation by Kenya Red Cross coming up shortly. But before then, there is a video. How I wish that we focus and concentrate on this video, because out of which there are take-homes and learning lessons. Bwana TM Nairobi Terminal, kindly, there is a reserved seat for you up front. We do not want to have oxygen seat on the seats that are reserved for us. If this was a movie, then these first seats would have been filled up. Kindly, the technical team, the Kenya Red Cross.
Today we are, as part of Safety Week activities which are being run at KPC from 22nd to 26th of April, we have come to Nyayo Estate Embakasi to do a domestic safety awareness, where we invited all the domestic staff residing in this area for them to go through an awareness on first aid techniques and firefighting techniques. Part of being a responsible corporate citizen, we are very keen on making an impact in the different communities where our pipeline traverses. And also just as a lesson learned from the recent LPG incident, KPC decided that it was very important that as part of this year's Safety Week, that we go out and touch lives and just create awareness on fire safety and first aid techniques, which we believe in case of any future similar tragedies, then we'll have more people who would be well versed with knowing what they would need to do in case of that, such emergencies.
We have managed to take through the residents through choking. We have also taken them through what to do in case of a convulsion, that is epilepsy, in case of how to make a call to an ambulance.
Some of the activities we have lined up for this year's Safety Week include firefighting challenge that we're doing with both our internal staff and OMCs and contractors that are working within our facilities. We're also going to be going out to reward the best performing contractors, stakeholders, and even the internal staff, just as a way to appreciate all the efforts they put in to ensure that we are working in a safe manner within our facilities. So our MD and our board are going to be very involved in this, just to show their commitment also to safety, because as KPC, safety is a priority in everything that we do.
Thank you for the moment that we have seen therein. Just a quick one. What might we recall from the clip that we have seen, even as I bring on board Philip Ochieng from the Kenya Red Cross to take us through this session? What might we have taken home from the session, from the presentation that there was? Anything? I saw someone being covered. What might be the problem? Yes, sir. Sorry? Aha. Somebody was choking and therefore a means of relief was being conducted. Anything else? I saw someone, yes, Esther. Somebody caught fire. So that covering basically wasn't because of hypothermia. It was as a result of, quenching fire. Somebody caught fire. I saw somebody sweep with the fire extinguisher. Sarah Kanyanjui, sorry, it is Kanyanjui. First aid to somebody that did what? Had a fracture. Without much ado, Philip Ochieng is from Kenya Red Cross. Kindly, Philip, please take us through the session that is coming up. And as Philip comes, by the way, what is first aid? Now that you're talking about first aid, is there second aid? I'm only thinking aloud. Hello, what is first aid? Medical attention administered to what? Before what? Sarah, huduma ya kwanza eh? Before fikisho kwa daktari. Thank you. I think Philip is going to take us through. And I saw my sister Carol so relaxed. She must have been so safe in that presentation, right? She was so relaxed and enjoying herself. As Philip comes up, first aid, what is it? First medical attention given to what? To a patient before? Before being taken to a medical facility, right? Yes. So only limit yourself to the extent that it is not a serious medical procedure. It is what you do before handing over this person to a medic. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring Philip on board. He works with the Kenya Red Cross to take us through first aid session. Thanks again.
All right, good morning once again. All right, thank you so much for inviting us here. And this is Safety Week, and safety and health. Now, I was sitting back there, and then I was wondering, safety and health, it's something which is very broad that we cannot deal with it today, and we clear it, all right? So, having that has been said, this session of first aid, I'm not going to be here, or rather to stand here, maybe to take you through what first aid is, but I will also take it that, can we share what first aid is all about? Will that one or less make sense? All right. The gentleman here has talked about what is first aid, and he has told that it's the first help given to a casualty before handing over to what? To a medically trained personnel. My question today is, or rather before I even kuendelea, the question is, we have said the first help given to the casualty, right? Before a medical personnel arrives. These medical personnel, how will they know that there is an incident that has taken place? It has to be reported, or they will just come. So they have to be activated. So kindly, can someone activate for us an ambulance? Can someone just activate for us an ambulance that there is an incident has just happened? Kindly. Do we have another mic? Okay, kindly, just give them, anyone. Just pick anyone, just give them. Because, all right, wait, let me ask, before we give them mic, safety is whose responsibility? All of us, I give mic to anyone.
Now that it is all of us, then someone has to be part of us.
All right, let's clap for us. Just please, wait. There is an incident has just happened. We have a collapsed building, and we have got 3 casualties. One is unconscious, and another one has got a fracture. Kindly activate ambulance for us, please. Here, yes, at the headquarters.
Okay. Hello, Red Cross. My name is Gladys. I'm calling you from Kenya Pipeline Headquarters along Rungalunga of Nanyuki Road. There's an incident that has happened here. A building has just fallen down, and we have 3 casualties. One has broken his leg, and the other one is unconscious. We request for help. How long will you take? Thank you.
Wow, let's clap for her. Because we are learning together, what have you picked from the call? What have you picked from the call? Yes.
She has requested for the time frame.
So she has talked about time, right? Time, all right, yes.
She's given the location.
The location where the incident has happened, all right, yes.
She has also described the kind of casualties we have.
The reason why she is calling, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you have?
Collapse of the building.
A collapsed building, an incident. All right. Something else? There is something. Yes.
She has talked about the number of the casualties.
The number of casualties. All right. Yes. Something. There is also something that is missing. Who is calling? Introduction. Correct. Good. Look at this. Sometimes we say that when you call an emergency, these people don't respond, right? When you call Kenya Police, they don't respond, right? But what is the message that you are giving? You need to say who is calling. My name is Philip Ochieng. I'm a trained first aider. The number I'm calling you with is my number. Who is calling? The reason why you are telling them I'm a trained first aider is because when an ambulance comes from the dispatch, they will also be, they will be in communication with you in that they are trying to know what you are doing at the ground, and what is the condition of the casualty as they come. So it's good to say that I'm a trained first aider. Why do you think that you are telling them this is my number? Take assumption that I've made a call with his phone and is not within the vicinity. Will the ambulance be able to locate where the incidents have taken place? So just give a proper introduction. My name is Philip Ochieng, a trained first aider. The number I'm calling you with is my number. Then come again and tell them where you are calling from. I'm calling from along Lunga Lunga Road at what? Kenya Pipeline Company. All right? Then give them the reason why you are calling. I'm calling because there is a collapsed building, but out of this you have an unconscious casualty, and I also have got what? A fractured casualty. You have given the reason why you are calling. After giving the reason why you are calling, please tell them what you want. We need a fully equipped ambulance. Why do you need a well-equipped ambulance? Because we have got unconscious casualty who again can become unconscious but not breathing, and then you need an AED for that matter, as you are starting the CPR in the process. So you need a well-equipped ambulance. Then there is something called confirmation. Please confirm the details I've given out, or rather the confirmation can also come from the dispatch. And then she has talked about the time. The incident has just happened like 10 minutes back. At what time are you going to be in? Then you have given a call. At that point, an emergency will, or rather the dispatch will be there. The ambulance, the paramedics team will be there, and they will be able to help you respond to an incident. Is it clear? Let's clap for her once again. But now something that also we need to ask ourselves. Yes. Kindly ask.
You've just said, I report as a trained first aider.
Yes.
What if there is no trained first aider?
It's okay.
You just report.
Just report.
Thank you.
That is why if there is a trained first aider, the better. All right. But just report. But now, I've taken you through how to make a call. Do you have this emergency contact with you? We have an incident has just happened. Do you have an emergency, or which number are you going to use to call? Anyone with an emergency contact, just raise your hand. All right. Yes? The number? No, not in the phone first. An emergency contact? Yes? Yes? Yes, which one?
0700-395-395.
0700-395-395. I wanted someone who has crammed that number, but it's okay. You are also, the 999, the 999. Someone else? Thank you for that. Any other? Not in service, 999. Any other emergency contact? Yes? 11? 112. Any other? I'm talking about okay, yes? Sorry? 3012. Oh, 912. Okay. Now, let's know something, okay? You see 999. The people who comes from the developed countries like UK, us, okay? When you call 999, you get full package. The police will come, the ambulance department will come, the fire department will come. But what about Kenya? Maybe United, Kisumu, maybe in Kisumu it can take place, maybe. But anyway, that is on a lighter note. Now let me make a clarification. 0700 395 395, that is E+, Kenya Red Cross Ambulance. Then we also have got 0738 395 395. That one is for Airtel. In case you don't have credit, please call 1514, toll-free number. I'll talk about 0700 395 395 for Safaricom. Is that okay? All right, let's come to Airtel. 0738 395 395. That's okay? It's okay. Okay. Oh, this contact, you can call them, you can call these numbers anywhere. It is not specified to, maybe if you are in Nairobi. And that is why, when you are making call, you say where you are coming, where you are calling from, so that they will direct you. Actually, for that information, we have got all our, from all the 47 counties, we have got our ambulance services. So just call that number, it's okay. If you don't have credit, just call a toll-free number, that is 1514. But there is a problem with calling 1514 because, for one, you will find that in such kind of incidences, you will come to realize that so many people are calling this number. So maybe it might not be a priority as per se, but when you call the direct number, then it will be very much okay, and it's direct. Okay. So now, I want us to do something. We have talked about safety. What are the safety priorities? I have got these three people. I have got the first aider. I have got the bystanders, the people who have come to witness what is going on. And I also have got the casualties. Then what are the safety priorities to these three people? Between a first aider, a bystander, and a casualty. What are the safety priorities? Okay, yes? Number one, just give me one.
The first aider.
First aider. Then number two? The casualty, number two. Then number three is the bystander. Clap for yourself. Wait, I have got an incident that has happened. I have got the casualties. The bystanders are people who are coming to witness what is going on. The priority, yes, you have said that the safety comes, your safety comes first as a first aider. Why casualty and not the bystander? So if the bystanders are not safe, it means that we are going to increase the number of the casualties. Can you think of it? If we prioritize the casualties before the bystanders, it means that we are going to increase the number of what? The casualties. So the safety priorities are you as a first aider, the bystanders, the people who have come to witness what is going on, so that you don't have many casualties. So that is to mean you will ensure that the area is safe for even the bystanders, then finally to the what? To the casualties. Is it okay? Now, someone has talked about the PPEs. Okay? And one of them is what? The gloves. Can someone just walk in here and take us through how to put on a gloves? Just kindly give them mic. Anyone. No, it is not even about raising their hand. Just take it to someone. Anyone. Give it to anyone who has not talked. Just anyone. Just speak randomly. Okay. Just come. Just come. It's okay. It's okay. Just come. So let's clap for her, kindly. She's going to take us through how to put on the gloves. Okay. And again, we are going to time. Please note that putting on gloves should take you less than 5 seconds. All right. Let's go. Okay. Let's observe. Because this is part of the safety. Because we have said that our safety comes first. Five seconds, Misha. Wow, let's clap for her. Aya, simama tu hapo. Okay. Hold the mic. Now let me also put on the gloves. I'll talk about how many seconds.
Say it fine.
Yes, right. 5 there. So what's the secret? Because we want to save what? We want to save life. How can you save life and you are going to put on the gloves in 1 minute? Or you start with the thumb? All right, now let me just maybe take you through. You can just have a seat. Just sit. Okay? So look at this. It is very simple. Very simple. Tengeneza ngumi like this. Okay? Thumb in first. Okay? Then tuck in like this. Fold this part, sorry. Fold this part and then let it in. Very fast. I've said, what are you going to do first? Okay. So, thumb in first, then walisha ngumi, then fold this part, let it in. Very fast. We want to save life. Saving life is about what? Time. And I ask you people a question. If someone going to cardiac arrest, the heart has stopped, how long will it take for the brain? Remember, brain is the most selfish organ, and it uses a lot of oxygen, and it does not have an oxygen storage. So it has to be constantly supplied with what? Oxygen. And the only thing that can supply the brain with oxygen is the heart, and the heart has stopped. How long will it take brain to survive without oxygen? 4 minutes? 5 minutes? 2 minutes? 4 minutes? 6 minutes. And you have taken 2 minutes to put on the gloves. Yeah? So what I'm trying to say is that as a first aider, all of us are first aiders. Please, let's respond very, very fast, all right? Good. It is not all about putting on the gloves. Again, how do you remove the gloves? So kindly take us through how to remove the gloves. Let's clap for her. Okay. Again, how do you remove the gloves? If you want to remove the gloves, all right. If you want to remove the gloves, what are you going to do? Take assumption ya kwamba hii mkono yote iko na what? Damu. So how do you start? Hold this cuff here, then pull it toward the what? the fingers, right? Then hold this. Is it okay? Then how do you remove the other one? Slip in the 2 fingers under the cuff. Like this. Then remove, and then you have your gloves. Can you say our safety come first? Good. All right, thank you so much. So please ensure that you put on the what? The gloves. And there is something I want to say. Do you think that you should put gloves when someone is bleeding only? Anytime. Anytime you have to put on the gloves. Now, please repeat after me. Anything that is wet and it is sticky and it is not mine, I will not touch it with my bare hand. Thank you. Now, let's talk of something else. I want to take you through maybe 3 incidences. 1, unconscious casualty, a choking casualty, burn, and convulsion. So the 3. Good. Please kindly confirm if your neighbor is breathing. Just confirm if your neighbor is breathing. Just confirm. Check if your neighbor is breathing. Stop, stop, stop. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay. This is how we are struggling in life. Someone is doing like this, someone is doing like this. So which is which? This one. Anaweza ongea. So kama anaweza ongea ana breathe. Ah, nice. Hello. All of us one day will go into cardiac arrest, all right? Before you die, you will go into cardiac arrest. And before you go into cardiac arrest, all. That is a path. Cardiac arrest, you be declared that you are normal. Cardiac arrest simply means the heart has stopped. It is not pumping blood. Yes. So when you are doing like this, you are checking for what? Circulation. You are not checking for what? For breathing. And again, please talk to your thumb. Talk to your thumb, please. Ask them, my dear thumb. Just talk to your thumb. My dear thumb, I will not use you to check for pulse because you have your own pulse. Good. Just use these 2 fingers. Check for pulse if you are to. But how do you check for breathing? Breathing is simple. Just check for the rise and fall on the what? On the abdomen. Sinisawa. Or again, you can also feel it. The way some of you are doing it. So you can feel it, or you can just check the rise and fall on the what? On the abdomen. But something also very serious is you also need to listen for the breath. Because look at this. Is that a normal breathing? That is a sign that someone is going into cardiac arrest. There is something called chain of survival. Are you going to identify that someone is going into cardiac arrest? Because if you don't identify that this person is going into cardiac arrest, then you will not know the next thing to do. Because the next thing that you need to do is you need to start CPR. But you cannot start CPR when you have not identified that someone is going to cardiac arrest. And to know if someone is not going to cardiac arrest, this person is not doing what? Is not breathing. That is why I've started by, can you please know, do you know how to know if someone is breathing or not breathing? Then now you start CPR. And then before you even start CPR, ensure that the call is on the way coming. That is why we have started by saying you have to know how to make call to what? To an ambulance. CPR enough cannot
is not enough to make someone comes alive when this person has gone into cardiac arrest. Do you know why? Even Magoha, sorry to bring this on board, the son was a doctor. The wife was a doctor. Magoha himself was a what? A doctor. The son started CPR, but they failed to call for an ambulance. Meaning that the very moment that they were starting CPR, there was no an AED, automated external defibrillator, to shock the heart. You might know what to do, but if you don't know the channel of survival, then you will not have your casualty back. So you need to know how to recognize this person is going to cardiac arrest. I need to start CPR. And if an AED has arrived, I need to use an AED immediately, as this person is being evacuated to where? To the hospital. Is it clear? CPR is cardiopulmonary resuscitation. It is a chest compression which you initiate when someone is when the heart has stopped. You just now want to start doing what the heart was doing, just to locate the center of the chest, and then you start to what? Chest compression. For that reason, where are our heart located? How many of you feel that the heart is located on the left side of the chest? For men. Okay, for ladies where? Left. Both sides. Wait. Who is sure where the heart is located? Yes. And towards the left. Okay. Let's clap for her. For those who have been walking and they don't know where the heart is located, the heart is located at the center of the chest, but a bit tinted towards the what? The left. I know you are feeling the beat on the left side, but please note that the ventricle pumps blood, right? So that is where you are feeling the beat on the left side. Is it clear? And lastly, before I talk about what I want to do here, who know where the stomach is located? Yes. No. Give it to these people have got the stomach. Please give them mic. They have.
I hope
just anyone. Anyone
men,
just come on.
Men and women have it in the same place. Where?
No. Please stand. Let's clap for her. Please indicate for us where the stomach is. Just stand kindly. Where is the stomach located? Thank you. Someone else? Where is the stomach located? Anyone with different opinion where the stomach is located? Yes? Upper. Who is? Oh.
Somebody says it depends again, eh?
Yes.
Slightly below the chest.
Below the chest?
Yes.
Please, finally, where is the stomach located? Oh. You have been walking all this time, and you don't know where your stomach is located. Anyway, let's take our navel as the center. Let's divide it by 4, like this. Our stomach is located on the left upper quadrant, a very small organ. Clap for me. Now you know, you know where it is located. But very fast, there is something I want to talk about. Look at this. Left upper quadrant. Please. There is something that we are having. It is called the tank. Hii tank yenye tuko nayo, it is something that can kill us anytime. All right? Why? There is someone is called there's a situation called unconscious. That is what I want to talk about. How do you know that someone is unconscious? Unconscious is being determined by three things. Number one, is this person alert? And how do you know this person is alert? Call them out. Sinisawa. Call them with their name if you know them. Hi, if you can hear me, please open your eyes. Check if they are alert. Then the second thing, if they are not alert, tap their shoulders. The voice command. Is it okay? Just tap. If they are not able to respond to that voice, kindly go ahead and inflict pain. Inflict what? Pain. Can we do it together? Clap, call them. Yes. If you can hear me, please open your eyes. All right. They are not alert. Please tap their shoulders. If you can hear me, please open your eyes. They are not able to respond once again. Please inflict the pain here. Good. Now, it's okay. Look at this. All right. If the casualty was not alert and was not able to respond to voice, all right, and was not able once again respond to pain, that casualty is unconscious. Is it clear? Now, anyone who is unconscious, our muscles relax, okay? Ushaona venye uko unalala, mtu anajaribu kuinua mkono, it gets back, all right? So the muscle does what? Relax when someone is unconscious. How are you going to help this person immediately? The first thing to help this person is to make a call, all right? So the ambulance has to be on the way coming. Then the next thing, before you do anything else, open the airway. Because when the muscles relaxes, the tongue falls back and can block the what? The airway. So how do you open the airway? Now do this. This is your chin, sindio? Let her happen. Then call help. Sema help. Good, bring it here. Sema help. Bring it here. Sema help. So where unapata sauti iko juu, that is where the airway is what? Is open. All right? Now, how are you going to do it to the casualties? Your two fingers. Weka hapa. Two fingers here. Okay. The other hand weka hapa. Turudi hapa tuseme help. I lift kidogo, sema help. Tena help. Good. So that is how to open the airway. Very simple. Two fingers here, moja hapa, open the what? The airway. It is called kwa kizungu head tilt, chin lift maneuver. Sawa. Immediately once you have opened the airway of the casualty, tayari ashaanza ku breathe, umeokoa what? Life. As simple as such. Imagine that is what someone don't know. Just open the what? The airway. Because if you don't open the airway, the next thing, the breathing will stop. So once you have opened the airway, now check for the rise and fall on the abdomen. Angalia kama ana breathe. Sawa. So kama ana breathe normally, unamweka kwa recovery position. Sawa, unamweka kwa what? Recovery position. So I would like someone to come and put, requesting for a volunteer casualty. A volunteer casualty. A volunteer casualty and a volunteer first aider. Yes? A first aider? Okay. You are the casualty. And you people are very quick. Casualty. Okay. So, gender. Yeah. Hello? These are what is known as life-saving technique. If you are walking out of this room, please know something. Hata kitu moja tu peke yake, sawa. So let's see how, where's the casualty? Casualty, twende chini. Lala tu chini, okay. Very simple thing. Anaenda kutusaidia to take us through how to put someone in a recovery position. Oh, you can stand. It's okay. It's okay. So long as you are able to. Or you can just move in front. It's okay.
We have a lot of empty seats in the front. They have no reservations.
Let's see.
You may come. I think this is important for all of us. Those of us that are seated and not even observe, unless you're immune to become a casualty anytime soon.
Wow, let's clap for her. Good. Able to angalia? Now, is it okay? Aya, sawa. Okay. Kwani mtu anasema no? Eh? Aya. Okay. Wacha rudie tena.
First aiders are very keen here. Hi.
Okay. Sawa.
Well, we may try to explain. There is the left hand that is put on the cheek, the right hand, and then the right leg is put above at an inclined position to help her then tilt the casualty to the right.
Wow, let's clap for them. Wow, let's clap for all of them. That's good. Wow, thank you so much. Or maybe let me just have a gentleman now for purpose of gender balance. Anyone?
Yeah, Oppo is a willing casualty.
Willing casualty? Are you a willing casualty? All right, thank you so much. So just be here. Lala. Good. Siji nani you will explain what I'm doing?
Oh, yes.
Okay, good. So I've said that first aid is all about time, right?
Yes, so safety of the first aider. First.
Okay. Walk around, check if there is any danger.
Yes.
Okay.
Anything endangering the life of the casualty, the gloves are on.
All right. Then the next thing I want to check if my casualty is responsive.
Yes.
Please open your eyes.
No response.
I will lay close. Press the shoulders. Velosa, please, if you can hear me. Open your eyes. No response to voice. Let me try to inflict the pain. My casualty is not responding to pain. So my casualty is what? Unconscious. Hello, please make a call to an ambulance. Someone, please make a call to an ambulance. Make a call. Make a call, someone to make a call to an ambulance. All right, let me make a call. Yes, make a call.
Hello, Red Cross. We are calling you from, my name is Gladys Randall. I'm calling you from Kenya Pipeline headquarters along Lungalunga Road of Nanyuki Road. We have a casualty here who is unconscious, and we have a first aider who is trying to help. Kindly, we request for an ambulance.
Wow, the ambulance is on the way,
Come.
So I have to open the airway. So look at this. I've said air tilt, chin lift. Here, you open the what? The airway. Then I want to check if my casualty is breathing. I will just observe the rise and fall on the abdomen. Not less than 5 seconds, not more than 10 seconds. And the best way to do it, just choose any 3 letters word. Talk about Kenyatta, equivalent to 1 second. So Kenyatta 1, Kenyatta 2, Kenyatta 3, Kenyatta 4, Kenyatta 5, Kenyatta 6. My casualty is breathing. So the only thing is, I'm going to roll my casualty in recovery position. How do you roll someone in a recovery position? Very simple. This is what you need to do. The hand which is closest to you, this one, unaweka ikwe straight, then move close to the casualty. Then the farthest one, you just do high five. Then you put it on the other side, all right? Unakuja kwa the legs. This person is not unconscious. Are we here? So here we are. So what are you going to do? You roll the casualty towards your side, right? So you just roll the casualty toward the what? The side. Then here, go. Put it at 45, all right? And then ensure that mkono imeenda chini, all right? Then maintain an open airway. And this is what is known as recovery position. Or maybe I did once again on the other side so that at least you observe this side. But now this time round, you are going to direct me on how to put this person in a recovery position. Okay. It is you to direct me, right? Okay. What is the first thing to do? The hand are which is closest, or this one? No. Not this one. No, that's the first. So the last time I started with the other one. Closest to me. So this one, all right? Yes. Okay. Then I come here. Which one? Where? The other hand. Oh, this one? Yes. I5, right? Yes. Like this? Yes. Oh, this side? Yes. Ah, nice. Okay. The other one? Yes. All right. So then, the other side?
No, towards you.
Towards my side?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Then I'm done?
No.
What next?
The airway. Oh, the leg?
The leg, yeah?
Yes.
At 45, right? Yes. Then here? Down. I'm done?
No.
I maintain an open? Good. Sir, don't move. I want us to check. No, it's okay, no. Just remain there. I am tired with this casualty. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. Okay, maintain. Okay, have a look. Why do you put this casualty in recovery position? Let me also relate it to what is going on at the moment, near drowning, okay? When you put someone in this recovery position, it's allow easy discharge of what? Of fluids. Yes. So this person cannot be choked. In any case, this person is vomiting, then the vomit can easily comes out. So it's allow easy discharge of what? Fluids. Actually, this is the best thing to do when you find that someone is a near drowning casualty. Once they have been taken out of water, you remove all the clothes, keep them warm, then put them in the recovery what? Position. Another reason why you are putting this casualty in the recovery position is to maintain an open airway. And maybe it's the most comfortable position because all this time until the ambulance comes in, they will be very what? Very comfortable. Is it okay? Let's clap for my disturbance casualty. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, sir. All right, thank you. Everything, you have everything? Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Let's clap. Yes, you have a question. There is a question? Yes? Yes.
Not everyone works with the gloves, eh?
Yes.
You find a casualty. You want to attend to that casualty. What is the plan B of doing it without gloves?
Wow. I would like this question, the answer to come from you. If you don't have gloves, what do you think that you can use instead of having gloves? Because it is a very good question. What do you think you can use? Yes. Okay.
Socks.
Condom. Let's clap for him. Condom, but wait. Oh, it's okay. Just take it. Now, let me ask. It's okay. Actually, it will work the same. It will really help. But I want to ask a question. Imagine you are there, outside there, and you are removing a condom. Will they really know that you are now the first aider? The perception will now change, right? Imagine this is a casualty who is a lady, and now they have now become unconscious. And the very first thing now you remove is the what? Do you think it will... What is the perception? He has to, she has talked about the socks, what she meant by saying socks. Okay, something else you can use?
You can use PPEs.
You can use what?
PPEs.
PPEs like?
The one that you are having or your shirt.
Okay.
Yes.
And this person is bleeding? No? Okay, let's not go
then
to...
if it's a breathing case, you can use a nylon.
Okay, let me say something, okay? Well, if you have got the nylon, I think it can be preferred if someone is not bleeding. But if someone is bleeding, there is no, I just want to say that there is no alternative. Whatever you can use instead of what? Gloves. Anything to do with bleeding, you cannot improvise any other things. But if there is no bleeding, maybe you can improvise. But again, sir, the way you have said, condom can be the best. But again, check of the perception.
Philip, it's interesting that he may not have gloves, but he has the other type of gloves.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now, let's come to something else. Is there a question here? Okay. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. I have a question about the recovery position.
Yes.
Mostly in the medical field, you use more of the left because of easing pressure from the vena cava, that's in the heart. And it makes the patient more comfortable. In this case, when you're using the right side, will you still achieve the same, or will you compromise the relaxation of that client?
For ladies?
For
the other gender?
All patients.
For?
Both patients, yes.
Oh, both. Okay. That's a good question. Can you clap for her? For men, it's okay. Just roll them any side, either left or right. But now when you come to ladies, the other gender, it is advisable to roll them towards the line. Towards the what? The left. The reason being, on the right side, we have got an inferior vena cava that comes below the heart. It takes blood back to the heart at a low pressure. That is to mean, if this lady was expectant, na mtoto alalie iyo mshipi, then it will interfere with the what? Circulation. That is why mothers are being advised that they'll sleep, or rather when they are expectant, they sleep on the left side. If they sleep on the left side, we have got arteries that take blood away from the heart, which indeed, if any case that an infant or rather growing baby kilalia, then there will be no much effect as compared on the right side. So for ladies, if they are expectant, please roll them towards the left side. And again, sometimes you might not know if a lady is 3 months expectant and all that. So please, for all ladies who are unconscious, who cannot talk, take assumption that all of them are expectant and roll them toward the what? The left. Answered. Now, let me come to an incident of choking. Choking is an incident that, how much time? Do you people know that choking takes only 6 minutes? Actually, if you delay more than 10 minutes, that person is gone and is gone forever. We had a case in Kisii whereby a 2-year-old died because of choking. Choking is a very serious incident, and let's not joke with it. And now for today, we are going to talk about choking in 3 categories, or rather in 3 victims: an adult, an expectant mother, a child, and an infant. How do you go about it? Now let's start with, let me have a volunteer casualty once again. Please ensure that you don't step here twice. Let me have a volunteer casualty. Just come. Anyone to volunteer? Wow, let's clap for him. Let's have a volunteer first aider. Someone else? Someone else? A volunteer first aider? Wow, now, come. Wow, let's clap for her. Well, at least this time round we have gender balance. Okay. Just stand here, sir. And wow, our first aider. Wow. Okay, just stand there. Just stand there. Now we have got the casualty here. Please cough. He is taking his meal, right? So just cough. I kindly respond. Now stop. Wow, let's clap for her. Wow, let's clap for her once again. Just have a seat. Go have a seat. Let's clap for her. Wow. Sir. Just sit. Just sit here. You are still my casualty. We want to see if the demonstration is right. And we are not saying that it is wrong. But, you know, first aid is science, okay? And science is based on research. So let's see if that is the right management. If the right management will just hold it. If not, what is the best management? Look at this. What is choking in Kiswahili? Hey! Chukua mic, chukua mic. Chukua mic.
Kusakama.
Please clap for all the people who are coming from Nyanza. Let's clap for them. You people think that we from Nyanza, we don't know Kiswahili, sindio? Hey. That is what is known as choking. Please, I want us to understand choking. But for us to understand choking, please note that here, unaona hapa kwa throat, we have got two pipes, right? There is this pipe that takes food all the way to the stomach, called what? Esophagus, right? Ama food pipe. Sawa. Then also we have got another pipe that now allow gas exchange all the way to the lungs. How is it being called? Trachea all the way? The windpipe. Now, which one comes first? Is it the food pipe or the windpipe? Okay. Even inaka hivi. So which one comes first? How many of you feel that foods come first? Food pipe?
It's the windpipe.
How many of you feel that the windpipe comes first?
It is.
How many of you don't know they want to learn today? That's okay. You learn to unlearn. Sindio? Okay. Now what comes first is the windpipe. All right? Now do this. Chukua tu vidole viwili weka hapa. Finya kabisa, then try to shout for help. Hapa. Help. Help. Now, so that is to demonstrate that what comes first? The windpipe. Then ile inafuata ni what? The food pipe. Is it clear? Alafu Mungu alituumba in a very special way that when we are swallowing food, there is a certain a valve called the epiglottis. Called the what? So it closes the airway when you are swallowing what? Food. Is it clear? Yes. Now these two pipes, the food pipe can take anything in. Talk about mchele umekula, waru, nini, umekunywa maji. Everything get through the what? The food pipe, right? Anything can get through the what? The windpipe. Hata kama umekula nail, for example, it get in the stomach, there's no problem. That food pipe will just absorb anything, right? Lakini, tuko na moja inaitwa what? Airway, the windpipe. That pipe is very special. That pipe can only allow gas exchange only. So, in any case, something try to get into it. Then now we talk about choking. Airway obstruction. Sasa, we talk about an airway what? A foreign body airway obstruction. That is the meaning of choking. Foreign body airway obstruction. Is it clear? Sometimes, remember, the work of the epiglottis is to close. One day, mtoto wako mwenye ana always scoring D, sometimes E. Ulikuwa nakula, news imetoka, ukikula, alafu amepata A plane. How do you react? Utafurahia, si ndio? Na imagine yeye ndiye ako kwa news na chakula iko kwa mdo. The brain will fail to alert the epiglottis to close the what? The windpipe. The windpipe. And then now, any food that you are taking, itaingia kwa what? The windpipe. And then you get choked. I'm not saying that all the news your son or rather your daughter has to have been scoring D has to call a plane is when is when choking takes place. Just an example, right? Now, what are the types of choking? Since you know what is choking. Kuna choking mara mbili. Kuna complete choking and incomplete choking, or rather partial choking. Incomplete choking, you will identify by three things. One, someone is able to cough. We ukikula kamchele kapisi kadogo ikiingia kwa hewa, how do you react? You cough it out, si ndio? Kama maji imeingia, you cough it. Unalala vibaya, saliva imeingia kwa hewa, you cough, si ndio? So that is a sign of what? Incomplete choking, or rather partial choking. Now, if someone is able, they are able to cough, again they are able to talk. If you try to talk to them, they are able to talk. And again, anyone who is able to talk, that person is able to do what? To breathe. So how many three things are present? Number one, coughing. Number two, breathing is present, but with difficulty. The last thing is what? They are able to talk. Sawa. Now, I'm coming to complete choking. Imagine this is airway. Nyama imeingia na imeblock. Do you think this person will be able to talk? No. Is this person able to breathe? Can this person cough? So the three things are absent. Sawa. Now, come. So let's come to now the management. So this guy was taking his meal, now cough. Now how do you respond to this? Very fast, introduce yourself. Hi, my name is Philip Ochieng, attend Faseda, and I'm here to help. Are you choking? Are you choking? Please talk. Are you choking? Yes. Are you choking? Yes. Good. Please cough it out. Cough it out. Cough it out. Nice. That is how to manage choking. Just encourage them to do what? To cough it out. Because hata wewe mwenyewe ukichokiwa na mchele ama anything, you are able to cough it out, sindio? Why are you coming to the casual and then you start giving the back slap? Can you challenge yourself? You can cough it out, sindio? Why is it that now for the casualty you need to back slap? Please challenge yourself. So what happens is, I know there is some guidelines like St. John's Ambulance ask you to encourage as you give the back slap the way amefanya. Lakini sisi tunasema, with the guidelines of American Heart Association guidelines says, if someone is able to cough, encourage them to do what? To cough, all right? Just encourage them to cough. The coughing will just allow that. Remember, the body has got defense mechanism of responding to it. Just by coughing, it will come out. But what now you need to know, you need to monitor the what? The casualties. Because ideally, anaweza toka kwa incomplete choking to complete choking. So once again, encourage them to cough as you monitor. If they get into complete choking, then now, we are now going to give you the different intervention. So let's see. So just sit. I want to take you through how someone behaves when they are having a complete choking. Look at this. The casualty, this person is taking the what? The meal. So I'm talking about the complete choking. Please, you can hold this for me. The very first thing, anyone when you're going to have a complete choking, these people will not be able to sit. That is the first thing. One thing they will do, they will stand and then they clutch. They bulge their eyes and then the tongue out. So this is the reaction. Okay. I see that reaction. They are not able to do what? They move, they clutch the tank out, and all that. Have you seen that reaction? So please give us the reaction. Kindly. This guy is taking his meal, right? Let's see. A sign of complete choking. Okay, who can do it for me? All right, come, all right. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Give a sign of complete choking. Wow. Okay, good. Look at that. Let's clap for her. Now, wait. Now, how do you intervene immediately? Please, they are the one who knows that they are being choked, so you come very fast, introduce yourself. Just clap like this. So introduce yourself. Hi, my name is Philip Ochieng at Enfaseda, and I'm here to help. Ask a question. Are you choking? Are you choking? Are you choking? Is she able to talk? Can you clap for her very fast? Okay, the second thing. Okay, since they're not able to talk, please, let me ask them. Are you choking? Please point. Are you choking? They're not able to talk. Are you choking? Or they are nodding, huh? Okay, now, what are you going to do next? Encourage them to cough. Please cough. Cough it out. Nice, stop. Let's clap for a very good actor. But wait. We have said how many three things are absent. Number one, the casualty is not able to cough. The casualty is not able to talk. And the casualty is not able to do what? Breathe. She has demonstrated all the three. Can we clap for her? Just sit. And now let me have a gentleman around, please, so that I take you through how to do the intervention. Sir, can you come? Okay. Yes? Sorry? Yes. Sorry? Oh, they lean a little bit forward. Yes, forward. Let me have a casualty so that I demonstrate how to manage it. Wow, let's clap for him. Okay, good. Now, you have remembered all the process. Okay. I've introduced myself. Are you choking? Please cough. The casualty is not able to cough, so clutch. Now, what you need to do immediately, come behind the casualty, your strongest foot in between the casualty's feet, okay? Encourage them to lean forward a bit. Then, locate the navel. Locate the what? The navel. So then you locate the navel. Gentlemen, do you have a navel? Oh, no, it's an letter note. He has a navel. So this is what you do. Please, please, locate the navel. Please locate the navel. The other hand, take two fingers like this. Work on top. Okay? Try. This one, take less and go me like this. Okay? And then work on top of the two fingers. Okay? Try again. Move this. Let I funika hivi. Like this. Can we repeat the step? Number one, locate the navel, then two fingers, then gumi on top, then the other one like this. Is it clear? Why am I taking you through this? Sometimes you might think that you are saving casualty life, but you are making the situation become what? Worst. Imagine if you are doing it here. This person will die, all right? So this is the thing. Lean the casualty forward. Locate the navel, okay? Two fingers above. Ngumi on top. Funika, then now here we are. Then now you give abdominal thrust. So 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, until you achieve two things. 1, the object comes out, or The casualty become unconscious. If they become unconscious, the muscles will relax and then just lay the casualty down. Then open the airway, check if there is an object, remove it. If not, once when you can see the object, remove it, and then you start CPR immediately, chest compression. The chest compression will create a vibration, and then the object will come out. Let me tell you why it is important for the casualty. If the casualty become unconscious, it means that the muscles around the airway has already relaxed. So there is a space already been created. So the casualty will start breathing. So just do the chest compression and it will dislodge the object. Is it clear? That is how to manage the what? The choking. Is it clear? And it is known as what? Abdominal thrust. But now look at this. This is an expectant mother. For an expectant mother, it will not be necessary for you to do what? To do abdominal what? Thrust. Now what you're going to do, repeat all the process, and then now do it on the chest. But now you don't scoop, but now you do a compression. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, until you achieve how many things? 2 things. The object comes out, or the casualty become unconscious. If they become unconscious, lay them down, remove the object, and then you start CPR. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Is it clear? But again, for ladies, because they are not able to talk, it treat them as if they are expectants once again. Is it clear? And there is also some men who are also expectant, but by the end of the 9 months, they are not giving us result. Again, do the what? Abdominal thrust. Is it clear? Or in simple terms, I'm trying to say, if you are not able to do what? Locate the navel. Just come and do the what? The chest thrust. Is it clear? All right. Now, last but not least, I have got a child. A child is anyone from 1 year to puberty. So how are you going to respond to a child? It's okay. Just kneel beyond the what? The child and repeat the same process. Is it clear? Now here comes the case of the infant. An infant is anyone below 12 months, or rather 1 year and below. What are you supposed to do? Very simple. Sit. What is so important in an infant is the neck. So hold the neck, then put them in a slanting position, and then give a back blows in between the shoulder blades. How many times? 5 times. If the object doesn't come out, put them on the other side, and then give a chest thrust. Again, 5 times. Just alternate between back blows and chest thrust. 5, 5, 5, until the object comes out. But remember, you have already activated for help. The help is on the way coming. Please remember, anyone when you memfanya abdominal thrust, this person must be taken to where? To the hospital, because the internal organs must have been damaged. Again, for the infant, please do not do abdominal thrust because the organs are still growing. Is it clear? All right. So I've been reminded that we have got 5 minutes. Please, I want to talk about burns very fast. I know we know how to manage burns at home. Some people use Colgate. Some people use Unga. Some people use Vaseline. Some people use ice. Some people use all other things. Please note, what is the first thing to do? Today we are talking about a safety, or rather the first aid to be done. We are not talking about the remedies. In any case of any burn, please irrigate it with running water for 10 minutes. Is it clear? Do a cooling process first for 10 minutes. Is it clear? Then now you can come with your own remedies. Irrigate, then you cover the burn. Sometimes we have got 3 types of burns. We have got the 1st-degree burn, the 2nd-degree burn, and the 3rd-degree burn. For the 1st-degree burn, utachomeka lakini, the color will just change. But there is a point whereby a blister forms thereafter. A blister is a sign of a 2nd-degree burn, and sometimes there can be wound. For the 3rd-degree burn, sometimes in a car charred, or rather in a car like black, or rather in a whitish. So that is a sign of a 3rd-degree what? third-degree burn. Sometimes third-degree burn, it is not that painful because huyu mtu amechomeka mpaka what? Nerves, all right? So how do you manage burn? Very simple. Irrigate with running what? Running water. Is it clear? Now, sometimes umepata ama it is being said that mtu amechomeka 10%, 50%, 90%. How do these people do the calculation? Anyone very fast? Yes? Yes, kindly. So kama mkono itakuwa ngapi? You can't tell. All right. Anyone else? But thank you for that. Anyone else? Anyone? Okay, good. So maybe you are walking out of this session knowing how to maybe to calculate the percentage of burn. Please chukua mkono yako, the palm weka hivi. The palm is equivalent to 1%, right? The palm is equivalent to 1% of the casualties. So this is what they do. So you can, yes. Now, fanya hivi, do this. This is 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, and a half. Sindio? So hii ni 4.5 times 2, that is 9. So mkono ikichomeka yote, all of this is what? 9%. So 9 plus 9 is 18. Then from here, from the neck, if you do all that, mpaka kichwa yote, then it will give you 9%. Sasa? Good. From here all the way up to this position here, then give you 18%, right? Then the back also will give you another 18, right? So we have got 18, 18, 18, 9. Then mguu, all of it will give you 18. Then another one, this one is 18. So we have got how many 18s? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sindio? So 18 times 5? 90. 90 plus 9? 99. So end of ufanye homework where 1% is. Sawa. That is the homework. Just go and do the homework where the 1% is. Or anyone anajua pale 1% is? Nani anajua pale 1% iko? Oh, where? Private part. The groin area. Ah, nice. Wanaume sawa umesikia inachomeka. 1%, all right? So that is how to calculate the percentage. Sasa, when wakati tulikuwa tuna respond to the Embakasi explosion, mliona kama kuna mtu alichomeka like the whole of the back, sindio? So that one ingekuwa ni which percentage? 18. Clap for yourself because you're a good student. They just do approximation. Last but not least, for a chemical burn kuna mara mbili. A chemical burn kuna powder na kuna chemical pia zina react na maji. For a chemical burn, please irrigate with running water for 10 minutes. The same way you are managing the other burn. But if you realize that this chemical in a react na what? Na maji. Please do not irrigate. Instead, chukua bandage ama clean cloth, wet it, and then you just sponge around that area. Is it clear? Then you cover the burn. And the best thing to use to cover the burn, ushaona hii nini what we use to cover the watermelon? Inaita what? The cling fling, okay? It's better off to cover what? The burn with. Or something that cannot stick to what? To burn. Is it clear? In any case, ingie kwa macho, then this is what we are supposed to do. Take your casualty, lalisha casualty like this, and then irrigate this side so that for 10 minutes. But do not do it the other way around because chemical itatoka hapa, ingie the other side. Is it clear? Please do not do all the other remedies like unga and all that. If it is working, there is no problem. First thing, irrigate. First thing, irrigate. For how long? 10 minutes. Do not overcool the burn. Please do not use ice. You will lower the body temperature to below, that is hypothermia. Do not take the casualty to what? Hypothermia. Is it clear up to that point? All right. So, sir, can I stop it at that point? All right. All right. Thank you.
A round of applause for Philip. Did Philip say that men can only...
Questions.
Yeah, I know there are questions, but Philip, did you say men can only suffer, they are 1% safe in any ban? I'm wondering aloud, is that what he said?
I've said the whole body is 100. There is where there is 1% which also can get banned. All right, thank you.
All right, we are out of time, but allow me to take 2 questions. Kindly, there is one to my left. A second one that is burning, is it hot or cold burn? Philip will tell us. Oh, she did. In the interest of affirmative action and the other stuff, let us have 3. So 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
I wanted to ask in terms of choking, is it advisable to induce vomiting?
To give?
When you're dealing with choking, is it advisable to induce choking to induce vomiting? Sorry.
Induce vomit?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's a good question. How do you induce vomiting in the first place?
Philip, can you take the 3 and then you attempt once?
Oh, okay, yes.
Yes, how do you respond to a snake bite or insect bite?
Oh, insect bite and snake bite, Then?
Thank you. Our last question.
On choking stew, children at times insert things in their noses. How do you handle that?
Okay, that's good. Let's clap for them. Now, for choking, do not induce vomit. Now, people fail to differentiate between choking and something around the throat. Let's talk about a fishbone, for example. Get stuck on the throat, or that is on the esophagus. Then, that is now where you find that in some communities, or rather some people, they use a huge chunk of what? Ugali, all right? Which might not be even the best way to do it. And again, you can also see that when you also induce vomit, the vomit, yes, will come out and then it will remove the what? That fishbone, or rather the chunk ugali. But what is the problem? What is the danger? Remember, in first aid, there is 3 things. Prevent further injury, or rather further damage. So that is to mean if you have a huge chunk of ugali, then it will cause a laceration along the what? The esophagus. Or if you induce the vomit, it still do the same thing. It will remove the object, but it will cause a what? A laceration. The best thing to do, the best advice for now, you take this person to where? To the hospital. All right? Just take them to the hospital. But I was doing a certain research, although this might not, maybe you can go do more research on it. I don't want to say this is within the guidelines because American Heart Association guideline has not given it approved. But there is something called carbonated drinks, the soda and all that. It has been, I was trying to check a certain research, rather some of the management, they say that carbonated drink can soften the what? The fishbone. So you can take in the carbonated drink. I've said it is not within the what? The guidelines. What is within the guidelines? Advise them to take them to where? To the hospital. Sir, you are talking about the children who are, they sometimes put something in the what? In the nose and then they stuck and all that. In first aid, actually, the upper respiratory is not a problem. Just take the casualty to the hospital. All right? There's nothing you can do to remove it. What we are talking about, the lower respiratory, the lower one, then you can do the abdominal thrust, you can do other maneuver, then get it out. So for that incident on the first aid level, nothing you can do. The only thing you can do is to take that casualty to where? To the hospital, and that's the whole. And these things of taking casualty to the hospital, please let's avoid it. In cases like a trauma incidences, whereby someone has fallen at a height and there is a suspected spine injury, neck injury, and head injury. And that is why most of the border sectors, what they do in case of such kind of incidences, they take this casualty to the hospital using what? The border and all that. Do you know what's happened is this person can even end up having permanent disability. So please, let's avoid that. Just call for what? Call for help. By the way, calling for help is the best first aid if you don't know something to be done. Is it clear? Let them be evacuated. You have asked me about the snake bite. Now, I know most of you know how to manage snake bite. And please, before I answer the question, can we know how they manage it? Anyone, how to manage a snake bite? Yes? Okay, good. Come, kuja kidogo. Just come, please. So let's use my hand. I've been bitten by a snake here. So unafunga wapi? Hapa juu. Do we all agree? Can we clap for her? Nani agree? Who is not in agreement with what she has done? Amesema nimeumwa na nyoka wapi? Here. And then amefunga hapa juu. Something known as satanic head, sindio? Okay, let's clap for her once again. Good, let me say something. How do you manage snake bite? Now, before you talk about snake bite, there are two types of snake.
Yes.
Venomous and non-venomous snake. And even in Kenya setup, I think 75% of the snakes are non-venomous, all right? We are not here to talk about non-venomous or venomous. How do you manage a snake bite? But also you need to be curious enough, because once nili watch a certain meme. A what? A meme. Ilikuwa nasema, there is a certain gender. The more the beautiful they are, the more dangerous they are. A meme. A meme? A meme. A disclaimer, right? Sasa, the more colorful a snake is, the more dangerous that snake is. Sasa. Now, how do you manage snake bite? Snake bite, first thing, we ukiona snakes ina cause panic. Aya, some few things about snake. Snake are very shy animal, if you don't know. And again, please, wacha kwenda pale snake. Don't go to where they are. There's places where snakes zinakuanga, sindio? Kama ni forest, just give them their place or stay hapo. But something else that you need to know about the snake is two things. They have got poor vision. Ushaona venye unakaa kwa gari alafu kuna mvua, venye unaona nje, even your snake anakuona at that point. So the snake cannot come from where they are, they come and then they bite you. There is something back in Ukambani where they says, ukiona snake at a distance, what do you do? Unashika what? Mkono. It has got some sense, because snake, akiwa pale, one thing, they are poor in vision, but they are very good in kusikia, the vibration. So meaning that when you are walking, watakusikia, all right? So that is why it is being advised to do what? To hold. Again, remember there is circulation here, sindio? When you hold the circulation, the panic, inarudi what? Inarudi chini. So you don't panic. Is it clear? Those are some few logics. Now let's come to the snake bite itself. Please note, the venom does not get into circulation system. It gets into what is known as lymphatic system. The venom does not get into the blood direct. It gets into what? Lymphatic system. So that is now come to the management, how people manage snake bite. Watu wengine wanakata around so that what? The venom okay. That is a wrong management, because the venom has gotten into what? The lymphatic system. Something else, you are being told that you need to keep this casualty calm. All right? Ensure that they are what? Calm. Now, this is the thing about the lymphatic system. When you move the limb, when you do what? When you move the limb, the venom will move. So that is why you are being told anything to do with snake bite, please encourage them to remain calm. Because wakati ameanza kukimbia and the heart rate in a increase, and then the limb is moving, the venom will move very fast into the what? The lymphatic system. So what are you supposed to do? Now, there's something called a crepe bandage. Sijui kama kila mtu anajuanga crepe bandage? What is your aim? Your aim is to reduce the movement of the venom. So kama hii mkono, the whole of it, ama kama ni mguu, chukua a crepe bandage, ufanye nini? Funga the crepe bandage kwa hii mkono yote, so that you reduce the movement of the what? Of the venom. How many of you have learned fasted? Wamekaa kwa class ya fasted. You people know how to manage fracture, right? You immobilize, ndio? So immobilize that what? That limb, so that it doesn't does what? It doesn't move. Ikae tu hivyo. Because if it move, the limb, the venom, itafanya nini? Ita move. Sawa. I'm talking about the tourniquet. Wale ambao wanafunga tourniquet. Not all the practice, hata kama watu wana practice vitu hapa nje, doesn't mean that it is the right thing. Ukifunga the tourniquet. A tourniquet ikifungwa, what does it mean? Circulation imefanya nini? Imestop. And for your information, the people who wanapatanga amputation, complete amputation, sometimes those are the people who are being advised kufunga what? A tourniquet, sindio? Now, ukifunga a tourniquet, you are being advised that each tourniquet must be removed within 15 minutes time. Anything above that, the clotting itakuwa inaendelea. So ukitoa hiyo tourniquet, hiyo clot itatoka. Ama hizo chemicals zenye ziko around this area will be released and then can kill the what? The casualty. Again, imagine umefunga a tourniquet here. What is happening with all these cells around this area? For 15 minutes, after 15 minutes, zitakufa, sindio? That is why some people ended up wamefungwa a what? A tourniquet. By the end of the day, wanaenda wanakatwa what? Mkono. So there is a risk of tying a what? A tourniquet. The best thing to do, venom, mtu akisha umwa na nyoka, clean it. Tumia tu sabuni, clean, and then wrap. Sawa? Funga what? A bandage to the whole limb, and then immobilize, and that is how to manage a snake bite. Is it clear? All right.
Thank you, Philip. I am very certain there are many questions, and that is the reason why we are here, to provoke us into thought thinking. As we have a trivia, I've just been reminded about kids here. One day my daughter put a single bean seed into one of the nostrils. And if you looked at it, it looked like an inflammation, and I actually did not think it was anything. In the panic mode, we rushed to the hospital, akapigwa picha, akarudi. Only the following day for the bean seed to shrink and fall out. Now, I have never felt a fool as I did on that day. But they do happen with kids. They could be naughty. Be careful with the children. Some of those instances may not necessarily need medical attention. But again, out of panic, the fatherly instinct, because lately there is, initially it was only motherly instinct. So sometimes we also react. Dennis, how are you? Do you have a question or two? Kindly. Let us have a little trivia as we bring the other session, kindly.
Thank you very much, MC. Are we ready for another trivia? Mataka zawadi. Okay, IMS inamaanisha nini? IMS. Leo tunafanya acronyms. Yes. Ay, umepata kwa rahisi, but okay, you know what to do. Okay, na this side sasa. Men, where are men? ISO? ISO? Utajibu zote. Yes. Say that again? Mutako na mic to... No, the MC cannot contribute. ISO, wacha tumsikie vile atasema.
I saw somebody was speaking. On this other side. There's a gentleman at the very far end. Okay. Yes. There is an I, there is an S, and then there is an O. Okay.
Organization for International Standards.
Organization for International Standards, that is what he said.
Yes.
There's another one trying to redeem the male gender here.
Mwisho angemalizia standardization.
Mandu umeangalia kwa whatever.
Sorry, Azenga.
Kwa Google, senior.
Azenga, somebody has not made a reference is here.
Angemalizia standardization.
Yeah, correct. So, alafu finally, you can see there are detectors over here, right?
Oh, yes.
You can see the detectors, eh? Give me 2 types of detectors that we have in Kenya Pipeline. He was first.
Oh, there was a hand first?
Yes. Mm.
Where? At the far end?
Yes.
Sorry.
We have smoke and flame detectors.
Come again?
Smoke and flame detectors.
Smoke and flame detectors.
Okay, give me one. Give me another one. Although you still get your gift. The third one, if I may add.
Heat.
Heat.
Was it heat or heat?
Heat.
Okay.
But here ilikuwa kumsaidia, so we'll give him a book. Okay. Finally, in emergency response, right, when the alarm has sounded, right, what is the most important thing that we need to do?
Okay. There is a lady here, allow me to take this.
The most important. Unapeana zawadi yako? But it's okay, it's okay. Kama umepeana ni sawa.
You need to shout fire, fire for the attention of the rest of the people.
No, the alarm has sounded, right? The most important, not you're noticing the emergency, alarm kingore melia. What is the most important thing you need to do?
You need to ensure that all the entrances are all open.
Yes, but...
Okay.
There's a gentleman here.
There is a gentleman. Kindly. All right. There are many gentlemen lately. All right.
Evacuate the area with the nearest exit.
Ah, wonderful. Evacuation, right? So I think we can move on to our next MC.
Sure. Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. Kindly stand on your feet. We've been sitting for a long time. We have been sitting for a long time. There are these first 3 letters of the alphabet. The first 3 letters of the alphabet, depending on when you went to school. If you went to school earlier, you'd call them A, B, and C. But if you went to school of recent, it's A, B, and then what? I want us to try and make these letters like letter A. You put both of your hands up. Thank you. Let us try to make letter B. Of course, it might not be complete. How should you think? Should you look like letter B? Okay, yeah. And how about letter C? Let us try to swing to the left again and make the other D. Thank you. So let's do it for the first time. Letter A for apple. B for boy. Okay, Q for cat. And do for dog. Now don't worry. Please have a seat. Clap for yourselves. Yeah, my children were telling me, Daddy, it is not A, it is A. So CBC have brought very many things. A, B, Kudu, Efu, Guha. They are talking in tongues lately. Caro, as our kids talk in tongues, I know they talk in tongues for those of us who went through the 844 system. What do you have to speak and to tell us, even as we wait for mental health in a few? Caro, kindly. And while we sit here, please remember our exits and the restrooms. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I really feel, where's Philip? I really feel he deserves a better applause than we gave him. We were with Philip on, when was it? Tuesday at Nyayo Estate, Embakasi. And I really was so impressed at how changed. People sent their domestic staff, and he made, please don't underestimate the impact you have maybe made in this group today and with that group. Because we wanted to do Safety Week very differently this year. That just to remind you guys that when we are calling you for fire drills, I know wengine wenyu munaboeka, that you realize safety is more than just the workplace. It's also about the skills. When you're being taught these skills here, when we're taking you through induction, when we are nominating you as ERTs, we are really hoping that you realize that these skills can be applied in your homes. Just as a reminder, as you sit here in Nairobi Terminal, that we have people joining us in outside depots, so I'll face the camera and say hello. We decided to celebrate this globally in the same practice that we've been doing since 2017, where we stream Nairobi as the main event, but they're also having their own celebrations. I want to thank our ICTM who supported for the, I think, mulikuwa mnachezanga na YouTube sana. So today he allowed us to be able to have the live stream. So please know from 2 p.m. there'll be no YouTube, just FYI. This was just his support. So thank you, ICTM. I think Adan gave you a brief of what World Safety and Health Day is. It's been practiced worldwide since 2003. At KPC, we started in 2017. And every year we try and adopt what is the theme. So you've been told already it was exploring impacts of climate change on occupational safety and health. And we're seeing that. I think every morning, these days I intentionally leave my house at least by 6:40 latest, because I know how the floods will affect my coming to work. So those are impacts of climate change. By the time I come to work, or by the time 5 o'clock reaches and I'm thinking I have to leave industrial area, my stress levels are so high. Because whereas before it used to take me 30 minutes to get to my house, now on a good day it takes me 2 hours. And so just tie all these topics that we're trying to bring about, that you may not realize it, the fatigue. You go home and I'm thinking, how am I just going to start dealing with my kids? Our kids are also feeling the impacts of climate health. So whatever you're being taught here today, we are hoping that you'll go and communicate the same, the demonstration of recovery position. From the LPG incident that happened, as a company, through our foundation department, we intentionally decided that we want to be known as a company that makes an impact by walking the talk. And that's why we gave the donation to Kenya Red Cross for the check to support the victims. But this year, I think we've discussed with one of our representatives from Foundation. Bosco, you can stand up and say hello. I don't want to, like I said, you had MD's speech, you had Adan's speech. I think what we have agreed informally is we want to make an impact as KPC. And we want to make a rally call that an official communication through the MD's office will probably be sent out to List E next week once we get the modalities. But as you go home this weekend, I think every day our screens are bombarding us with images that we should not ignore. You go home, your kids have clothes they have not worn for 4 years. You're keeping them for Lord knows what. You have books in your stores. You have food stuff in your stores that you can spare. So I think what we've agreed with Bosco, and we will get the blessing of our management when they're back next week, is we will probably have stations have collection points for foodstuffs, for clothes. You drop them off, and then through Foundation, we will try and go and make impacts in the communities. And maybe even we can agree whether we can have ourselves going to these communities to donate this. So this is just a heads up. Why I'm mentioning it today is because we're going into the weekend, so that you start identifying what you can donate. So I want to say thank you to, it's not a vote of thanks, but from our HSC platform, we've been able to get visuals, and I think even from the intranet, of what every station has been so intentional. We gave them the theme, we gave them their blessings. We told PS 27, 28, PS1, you know the people who are closely affected by our business, you know the impacts. Some of them went out and called the mama kiosk operators and taught them about the same things, fire skills, first aid. We talked to our OMCs because, and it was funny that this week as we were celebrating Safety Week, we actually had an incident in NJD. If an incident happened in NJD, it would definitely affect KPC. So our skills were put to the test, and I was so grateful to the people who responded to that incident. So safety is not just about these inductions, Bomba Hub, IMS, it's a reality of how it can affect us here. Of course, we'll have a guest speaker. Our GM strategy will be coming later to speak on behalf of our MD, who would have wanted to be here, but they had other engagements with the board. But all I'm saying, it's been a successful week. I'm so proud of what we have achieved. I really believe we have made a great impact. There's been stakeholder engagement. We have the partnership with Kenya Red Cross. We've managed to do induction. Even tree planting makes an impact with climate change. Last, I think 2 weeks ago, MyOrg actually hosted the annual Fire Safety Challenge and First Aid Challenge in Eldoret. And they actually chose MyOrg as the best facility in the country. And over 20 companies participated, big companies, where they brought their firemen, they brought their first aiders, they had theoretical exams, and they had firefighting exams. And they chose our firemen and fire ladies, I always have to add that part, to be the adjudicators of that event. So let's not underestimate that KPC is actually seen as a leader when it comes to matters health and safety. So walk with that pride, live here today and be an ambassador and we call ourselves safety champions. Because I keep telling people we are 50 people in SHE department. We cannot respond to everything. So when we're trying to translate these skills to you, it's so that you're your own safety champion. When we're trying to create platforms like soccer, I think, should we ask again if they remember what soccer stands for? Should I pick at random? Anyway, because of time and I'm seeing our guest speaker is here, safety, observation, and corrective action. Guys, don't underestimate. I won't mention who. There was a day, there was a broken table in a room, and we had a discussion with somebody, and they say, "Karo, uliona hiyo meza ilikuwa kwa hiyo room." And unfortunately, the next day it ended up cutting somebody. So when we tell you report unsafe acts, unsafe conditions, it's because it translates to near misses, to incidents, to fatalities. Just by number of statistics, we've had one lost time incident this financial year. Lost time incident, that means somebody actually is out of work, yes, due to an injury that is work related. We've had 8 medical treatment cases. We've had 4 equipment damages. We've had 4 fires. This is globally because we keep statistics at the department. We have had hydrocarbon releases within our stations, 4 of them, and on the right of way 1. Now, when we ask you to be our eyes or to report these things, is because if we have more people reporting unsafe acts, unsafe conditions, and near misses, then we would not be talking about some of these numbers. So kindly assist. And we have had, this week during our engagement, what we are hearing is, why should we report and there's no action? So this is also my challenge to process owners, to managers, to chiefs, the people, because the soccer system is that you report a soccer, it comes to us as SHE, as the administrators in all the stations. Then we, based on the recommendation we feel is best, we send it to the process owner. Process owner is a manager. So for example, we have a cable that is unsafe. Then you've taken a picture. Then I'll see, is it an electrical cable? Is it an instrumentation cable? Then I will send it to that manager. He assigns it to somebody. So there seems to be a broken chain, and these things are not being corrected, and that has seen the numbers going down. So the challenge is not only, I just don't want you people reporting soccers, but we also need action from the process owners. Because you've seen the soccer system is that also that you categorize a risk. So I cannot report a soccer where I'm saying very high risk, and then it's taking 6 months to be closed out. Yeah? So let's see how we all communicate in the value chain. So basically, I think what you're seeing from today and from this whole week is that we prioritize safety in all that we do. And that's why when you all join, whether you're an attaché, an intern, a contractor, you must go through a safety induction. Please take these things very seriously, because today, even if an incident occurs today, it can affect you, the people working around you. Safety is each of our responsibility. So let's not remain unchanged. Let's not be these people who, when you see Karo or when you see a logo is when you put on your helmet. You're not helping me. when we're telling people now you cannot use bump caps in tank farms, it's because a bump cap is for common areas. It will not give you any protection when you're working at height, when you're working under overhead hazard. So let's support each other. Let's cascade the lessons learned from this week to our family, our children, our neighbors. Because like I said, every day there are people here who live on Thika Road, there are people who will be going to Upcountry this weekend. So we are always trying to send safety bulletins every week to you guys. So I hope you read those messages because we try and keep it simple and relevant to topics. So one of the things we decided to do different is we don't realize the challenge of what mental health. We spend 8 hours or more of our work time, of a day in the workplace. Now, by the time you go home, like I said, for me it takes 2 hours. I go deal with my kids for another 2 hours, then I need to sleep. So majority of our time is in the workplace. So we have an expert, Dr. Vundi, who has just joined us. She's a clinical psychologist, and we thought it's very important because another thing we are noticing is we cut off AlcoBlow in 2021 because of COVID. But we are noticing cases of people coming to work and they are maybe suspected to have partaken, yeah? So sometimes that is not just about entertainment. It could be something that is work related. So we thought sometimes as she speaks to us, each one of us, let's introspect. Ask yourself, could she be speaking to me? Could she be speaking about somebody I work in the same office with? Could she be talking about my brother? So she'll break it down to us, and I think we'll also have a question and answer session. So let's sit through this session. I know we are going towards lunchtime, but just a quick rundown of the program is we'll have Dr. Vundi, then we'll have GM Strategy, who will speak to us on behalf of the MD. Then we also want to reward good performance, good safety champions, and this will be going on in all the depots. So please don't leave. I'm so happy to have a full room today, and thereafter we can share a meal and just support each other in celebrating safety. So I don't know whether I introduce her or you will introduce her. Yeah. So thank you all. Let's be safe always. Yeah.
The reality is this, just a scenario I wish to paint, I know it's familiar. A man that is a husband comes to a place of work. He is reprimanded by his boss. He cannot fight back. So he goes home and the wife reports to him that sugar has run out. And the next thing, there is no unga. And the man turns green. The wife feels cornered. She cannot fight back. So she looks for a son who looks like the father, and she hits the son, who again cannot fight back. The son realizes the only victim that he has at disposal is to eat the dog that is equally lying where it should. So he kicks the dog. The dog goes ahead and bites the cat that equally is innocent. Misplaced aggression that comes as a result of fatigue and mental health. Well, I am aware its origin, it is not just domiciled at workplace. It can equally come from home and affect our what? Our workplace. Similarly, it can come from workplace and affect us at home. How many together with me invite Dr. Carol Vundi to come and take us through this session? Thank you, Carol Karibu.
For a minute there, I thought you were the one to do the talk. Your example is spot on. My name is Dr. Vundi, Caroline Vundi. I am a psychiatrist. Who knows the difference between a psychiatrist and psychologist, which is what Carol said? Anyone who knows the difference? Okay, I'll tell you as we go on. Oh, you know. Well done. Please tell us. Yes. Yeah.
A psychiatrist is a medical doctor who has specialized probably in the brain function and how it relates to the social setup. Yes. And psychologist is one who has studied human behavior.
Psychology?
It's psychology, yeah. Yeah.
All right, she's done well. Let's clap for her. That is true. So psychiatrists, we are doctors, we deal with the more extreme end of mental issues, whereas psychologists are the people we call counselors. You've heard of that name? But we work together. And I personally work at Chiromo Hospital. Who's heard of Chiromo? Not the mortuary? Yes, so at Chiromo we have both psychiatrists and psychologists. But aside from that, I am passionate about mental health advocacy. So for me, I enjoy doing this, all right? I enjoy talking to people because it's not enough for me to sit in my office to wait for people to come when they are depressed or drinking too much or burnt out. I believe that the future of mental health lies in these conversations. It lies in me empowering you so that when you go home and you see your son is not showering, he's refusing to comb his hair, he's locking himself in the room, you don't start saying, "Uyu, ni kijana mbaya." You remember that, oh, maybe this could have been a mental problem. We have to change the narrative, okay? So I know it's just about to be lunchtime and your blood sugar is low. So you will tell me how much time you had allocated to this so that I don't punish you. Yeah? 30 minutes. You happy with that? Okay. So I want you to take home 3 things from this talk. If you don't take anything, I want you to know what mental illness is. Number 2, I want you to know how to prevent mental illness. And then lastly, I want you to know what to do if you or a loved one has mental illness. Easy? Okay, let's start with mental illness. What is mental illness, or rather, what are the myths that we've had? Growing up, I'll give you my own myth, then maybe you can share yours. I remember that my dad would say, "Wenda wazimu." So we would be driving, and you see somebody without clothes walking around screaming, then you say, "Ona wile mwenda wazimu." So for me, I grew up thinking that that's what mental illness is. So can you imagine the shock of my parents when I told them, naenda kukua daktari ya mental, not wazimu. They were shocked. In fact, my mom told me, "Utaki kusoma ile ya watoto, iyo ingine si watakuchapa." And then I told them I'm training in Mathare. They were worried. So for me, that's the picture I had of mental illness. People are dirty, they are picking up trash, they walk around beating people. That's the myth I had. Anybody else who had a myth similar or different to mine? Yes, please. Have you heard what she said? They're not hearing you. Please shout. Being bewitched. Have we heard that? Yes, in mapepo. Okay? So, I'm a believer, but I think there is a very clear role between illness and spirituality. Okay? So yes, there's a role for kuombewa, but sometimes some things need medication. Sindio? Okay, now I'm stepping on people's toes. Tuendele. Any other myth? I want to hear from somebody else. This lady, yes? Okay. Huyo anavuta bangi, ama kuna mtu alifanya kitu to cause this. Okay? That one is interesting because substances, and actually what Carol pointed about drinking, bangi, there are so many. That falls under mental health. Did you know that? Because our thinking or our logic is the people who, you have to look at the behavior of people. If you're drinking and you're coming to work drunk, is that a problem or it's not a problem? Okay. But if you are at your daughter's wedding and you open the champagne and you take one glass, is it a problem or not? Exactly. So drinking substances, those do contribute to mental illness. So there I will agree. Now the other one of what did your parents do? Do we believe that somebody can do something to you and it produces mental illness? Yes, you're shaking your head very aggressively. Please tell us why. And remember, those people need to hear you. Do you want a mic? Yes.
In my opinion, I think something that someone did to you in the past can be triggered by current actions because it can be viewed as trauma.
Clap for him. That is very true about mental illness. Early experiences, for example, childhood experiences. Actually, studies have shown if you've gone through a negative childhood experience, what we call adverse child experiences, later on you are at a more risk of developing depression, anxiety, sleep disorders, and substance use. So that childhood is very important, and I really want to speak to anybody who is a parent here. I'm a parent. You need to be intentional parents. We need to be intentional parents. What are these, let's stay on this point a little bit. What are these adverse or negative childhood experiences that somebody can go through? You know them. I give you one. Yes, I'll help you with one and then you give me three. Death of a family member or a parent. So you're 5 years old, your mother dies. Do you think that is significant? Yes. Of course it is. Because you're going to school, you're seeing other people, oh, mama yangu alininunulia. And you're like, yes. And then what do we do as Africans? We don't talk. So that child who, yes, the child who the mother has died is 5 years old. We go to the funeral, we finish and we move on. And nobody ever talks about the mother. Nobody allows the child to grieve. You know children grieve? Yes. Another adverse experience, yes please?
Divorce could be a major problem.
100%. Divorce. And look, I don't judge anybody who divorces, okay? Because you don't know the circumstances. For example, if you are being clobbered every night and your life is at risk. We are seeing femicide cases in the news? Yes. Yes? So we don't ask why you left, but we say if you are divorcing, that has a negative effect on the two people who are divorcing and on the kids. So what we do as professionals, if you have decided we must go separate ways, we recommend for a family therapy. Okay? Not so that you can reconcile, but even so that the kids can get a place to express, to talk it out. Because you cannot just separate and expect children just to understand. To them, their world has collapsed. Okay? You gave me 2 points. When you said divorce, there must be something that causes divorce, isn't it? So even growing up in a home that is dysfunctional, fighting in front of children. And you know, fighting doesn't have to be blows. It can be, you know, telling your child, we ni mjinga kama baba yako. What have you told them? 1, you have told them yeye ni mjinga. 2, baba yake ni mjinga. So you have just destroyed the confidence of that child. And I do believe we are all human beings and things happen in marriages, but can we find a way of shielding children? Shielding children. Every day you are talking about your in-laws. Your children are hearing. Your neighbors. Yes. You're busy saying things like, unajua watu wa baba, side ya baba yako ni wachawi. So they grow up believing those things and they capture them and they become part of them. So early childhood experiences. Let me see, one last one before we move. Which other? Yes, please. Good. Losing a job unexpectedly is catastrophic. We saw it a lot in COVID. Actually, Chiromo opened up the main branch in Lavington, the main Lavington branch during COVID. And when we opened, people thought we were mad because everybody is going home to, what was it called? Quarantine. And us, we are opening a big hospital. It is because we knew the need is coming. It is not normal for somebody to abruptly lose their job. We saw careers collapsing. There were industries like hospitality, which till today they are recovering. Now imagine a home. First of all, for men, when they lose a source of income, it is totally catastrophic. Is that true? Why? Why is it catastrophic? Why is it different when a man loses his job versus when a woman loses her job? Because we've had the stories.
Provision.
Provision. They are the providers. They are there? Or rather, they are supposed to be the providers. We've seen cases, men lose their job, they don't say. Every morning they get into the car, they go and sit in town. In the evening, they come back. How was work? Then now what do they start doing? Because mwisho wa mwezi somebody will expect something. They start gambling. They start gambling, borrowing. And this is the reason why men are 2 times more likely to die by suicide than women. Because they are not given a space to talk. And when they talk or cry, they are weak. It's a taboo. But we want to change that narrative. For your brothers, your husbands, allow them to, give them a space to feel comfortable enough to say, this month I am down, I cannot afford. Because sometimes it is us who put that pressure. So that myth was a very good myth. And I'll take you back to how we ended up here. The myth of experiences, life experiences. But does genetics play a role in mental health? We've said experiences play a role, but is there something genetic? Yes? What do you mean? Somebody who wants, yes, please. I feel like you people are too learned. Now I'm intimidated. Now I'm intimidated. Schizophrenia is genetic. Okay? Do we know what schizophrenia is? Yeah, it's a mental disorder where people lose touch with reality. They start hearing voices, seeing things. What's that called? Hallucinations. And that's why, going back, I made a point and I said, some things are spiritual and others only medication can fix. We are having a big challenge with managing schizophrenia. Because when somebody starts saying, nasikia watu wananiongelesha, immediately what happens? We think umerogwa. Let's be honest, isn't it? Yeah. Because as Africans, we've grown up with those things. But I'm here to tell you that, fine, you, if you think amerogwa, why don't you at least bring to us, we try, because the moment you give somebody with schizophrenia medication, the voices go away. So let's not have these people suffering, because it's very, it's an uncomfortable feeling to have a hallucination. Let's encourage people to get the care they need outside of whatever beliefs you may have, please. Okay? And I'm not saying prayer is not good. You pray for them, but also bring to us. Okay? Point made? Did you know that alcoholism is also genetic? Yes. There is. Have you ever seen families where you find there are just 5 people, all of them are alcoholic? Why? These things run in the family. So if you're seeing something that runs in your family like alcoholism, it should advise you that don't play around with pombe, because you are one stressful incident away from perhaps following the route of your uncle. Okay? So sometimes we look at these alcoholics and you think, that can never be me. But you don't know. Life has a way of throwing something at you that is so chaotic, and if you don't have the mental tools to cope with it, you turn to the alcohol. Okay? So I didn't come to scare you. A lot of you are looking very scared. The second point is, I wanted you to take home is how to make sure you don't get mental illness. You remember? So how do we make sure we don't end up like that uncle who is an alcoholic, who never did anything with his life? All right? Because really, if you dig into some of alcoholics, maybe the problem is depression. Yeah, maybe they went through a traumatic experience that they've never healed from. Okay? So how do we avoid mental illness? How? Can you avoid, by the way? You can try. So how can you avoid? Prayer. Well done. What do you mean, prayer?
God to help me.
Yes. So, spirituality is very big and very important with mental health. We actually call it a good prognostic factor. What do I mean? If I have a patient with depression and he has no sense of spirituality, doesn't attend a church, doesn't have a community in church, versus another patient who also has depression, but he goes to church, he's in groups, people are supportive, who do you think has a better prognosis? This person. So we totally agree. We totally agree. Where we begin to have these structures, these social support, we call it social support, it does well. It does well. Any other prognostic factor, you know? I'll give you one. I'll give you one as you think. When you have a good foundation, you tend to do well. And what do I mean by foundation? If you have got healthy, mentally healthy habits, you're better placed at avoiding these conditions. So what are some of these habits? One is sleep. One is sleep. Sleep deficits can drive you crazy. Have you ever gone maybe like a time when you got maybe 2 hours of sleep or 3, then you go to work? How are you that day at work? Everybody is upset. Everybody is like, who's this guy? Sindio? Actually, you are shouting at everybody. You are cutting people off in traffic. Actually, I usually drive and I look around and I say, the way to know mental illness is prevalent in Kenya, you don't need to go far and do research. Just go to the highway. Just go to the number of people pointing at each other, shouting. That's a sign that people are not okay. Even in that same church, people will go to the service. Then when they go to the parking, I don't know what happens. You are fighting at the exit of the church. And you find that maybe this person didn't sleep. All right? Sleep, sleep, sleep. And sleep is about hygiene. So if you're going to bed at 10 o'clock, then unaingia TikTok for 2 hours, what happens is the phone emits blue light. And blue light is, in the sense of comparing with the sun, is very dangerous because it keeps your mind more awake. So when you finish that 2 hours of TikTok and you try to sleep, what happens? You can't sleep. So now you're falling asleep at 1 a.m. and you're supposed to be at work by? You're going to be anxious, okay? So sleep. Number 2, fitness. Moving your body. And I'm not saying everybody sasa lazima ingie gym, we push heavy weights. But we need to be active because when you're active, you produce some chemicals in the brain that regulate your mood. So I want to challenge you, please. Are there stairs in Kenya Pipeline? Yes. So I think maybe I should ask Carol to close the lift or the lift to be only for clients. Please move your body. Research has shown there's no way you can sit from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and be okay. There's no way. Move your body, move your body. Take a small break when you're working, just walk. Okay, don't go disturbing people at their desks, but just walk, move your body, all right? So sleep, fitness, and the last one is self-care, okay? What do I mean when I say self-care? Who knows what self-care is? Yes, please? Let me give you my mic.
Enda kinyozi ufinye kidogo.
Yeah. I know the ladies are very suspicious why people go to the kinyozi every week. But it is so important. Iyo kufinywa finywa, iyo massage. It's very good to just have that kind of. Anything else? Any other type of self-care, you know? Yes? Aha. You have said 2 points. So she's saying self-care is one, expressing yourself. Expressing yourself. A lot of people, and I'll go back to men, you are keeping too many things. You're keeping too many things. Talk. Talk. And I think the next question is talk to who? Cindy? Yes. And that's really the point of me being here. There are professionals who it is our job to listen to you. Let me tell you, there's nothing that you can tell me that will shock me. I've had it all. So there is no shame. So if you can't talk to your wife, you can't talk to your friends because they are manly, lazima mkuwe wanaume, come and talk to us. And whatever you tell us is confidential. I cannot even tell your employer. The only time I can break confidentiality is if you come and tell me I want to kill someone. That one, I am legally bound to report to the police. But anything else, even if you're thinking thoughts of harming yourself, you must say, you must tell us, okay? So that is self-care, speaking, okay? One last one before I ask you how to prevent mental illness. One last one, yes, please. Very good. Diet. Diet, don't laugh. Diet. You can go research later. There is a brain-gut connection. Actually, some research calls the gut your small mind. If your stomach is not okay, you're not okay. And I'll add one point to what you have said. Diet includes these things we do for entertainment. Okay? Those people who say after dinner lazima nikunywe 1 bottle of something. These things become habits. Yeah? After 1 year, 1 bottle becomes. After 5 years, you find you're at 5 bottles every night. Okay? Whatever you put into your body, it affects your mind. All right? So the last part of remember we had 3 points. One was what is mental illness? And we talked about the genetic causes of mental illness. We talked about experiences. We mentioned a few names like schizophrenia. So we have an idea of what mental illness is. Now we know how to prevent mental illness. But let's move to the next part of what if you've worked so hard to prevent and you still get? You've gone to the gym, you eat well, your habits are good, but still Dr. Vundi comes and tells you, I think you're depressed, or I think you're anxious. What do we do? What do you do? Okay. Say your point loudly. I don't think they've heard you. Management. Let's hear from someone else. What do you do when you're not okay? They are more stress. Yes. Actually, she's touched on an important point. If you've not heard finances, remember we were talking about habits? One of the biggest reasons why people are taking their lives over the last couple of years has been finances. People are getting into debt. People are getting into these things, gambling things. Now they're even at your phone. It's just as easy as having a phone. And it's actually been classified like an addiction. So the same way you can be addicted to cocaine is the same way some people are having a gambling addiction. So financial wellness is something that we have to do. Because if you come and tell me you're depressed and anxious because of finances and I give you a tablet, I've only helped you 50%. Sometimes even what I do with my clients is we sit down, we look at your budget. First, do you have a budget? Do you have a budget? The other thing is, okay, you have debt. How do you get out of debt? For sure, you don't get out of debt by getting more debt. Okay? You don't. We usually say, stop the bleeding. Stop the bleeding. Then, whatever little you have, even if that payslip is coming to almost zero, you must save to get out of debt. Did you know that? You have to save to get out of debt. Because where do you think the money will come from to get out of debt? Even if you save 1,000 shillings every month and say this one is going to go towards me coming out of debt, you might find by December you have enough to get out of this debt or that debt. Okay? Financial literacy is a habit that we teach very, very seriously. All right? So, we've talked about you're not well. And he said, when you're not well, you have to manage. But there's something else I'm looking for. Before you manage, somebody's saying the answer. Before you manage mental health, and please warn me when I'm about to, I can talk forever. What do you do before we say, let's manage your depression or bipolar or addiction? What do we do? Seek help. You're close. Yes. Acknowledge. We are warming up completely. Know the cause. Accept. Okay. Maybe I'm not asking it the right way. Is it important to know that you're not okay? And identify, okay, siko sawa, before even you accept. Because there are a lot of people walking around thinking they are okay and they are not. I usually say, actually, a lot of the mental illness is not in Mathare or Chiromo. It's walking around. It's up kwa traffic, those people cutting you off. Do you know they go home in the evening and think them they are okay? Yet you have just shouted at somebody in the office. You've lost your cool in the office, you've shouted, paka mtu mzima amelia, and you go in the evening and you think you're very okay. Does that happen at work? It happens. So you must identify when you're not okay. A lot of us are walking around thinking you're okay, you're not. So I want to challenge you, please. I gave you the first challenge of taking the stairs. This is now challenge number 2, and Carol, you report to me how people are doing. Every morning when you wake up, just ask yourself, how are my thoughts, how are my feelings, and how are my habits? Those 3 things, these are 2. Spend just 2 minutes, ask yourself, what kind of thoughts have I been having? Because if your thoughts are, mimi nataka kuua bibi yangu, ule nitamchapa, that tells you you're not okay, si ndio? If your feelings are, you're always getting angry, you're bitter, you're not okay. And do the same in the evening. Twice a day. Then if you realize you're not okay, do something about it. Then now we can move to acceptance, come and see the doctor. But if you're in denial, we can't help you. Okay? You know very well you're coming to work drunk. Or you're coming to work after you drank a lot the night before. You've been doing it, people have been making comments, but you're in denial. Just accept that truly I'm not okay, and then come get help. So that's it. That's it when it comes to mental health. Know what mental illness is, where it comes from, know how to prevent it, and know what to do when you have it. Can I ask one question before we do Q&A? Do we have time? Okay. Say, for example, you are okay. Behavior, habits, thoughts, feelings, behavior. Okay. Now, say, for example, you are fine, but you're suspecting, uy bibi yangu, she gave birth a few months ago, and since she gave birth, she's not okay. She's just angry, moody, ata attacking mtoto. You're even worried about her taking care of the child. Does it happen? Yes. Postpartum depression. What do you do when somebody else, you are looking at them and you're thinking, this one is not okay? What do we do? How do you approach that situation? Because I'm giving real life situations. Your sister maybe lost her husband, and since then it has been a year later and she's not talking, she's not going to work. What do you do? Yes, please let's give him a mic.
Me, I can just call the closest friends to talk to her.
Sorry, we didn't hear you. Use the mic, like.
I just call our closest friends to talk to her.
Okay.
Like counseling, you know.
All right. You call the closest friends behind him. He also has his hand up.
Madam, I think in such situation, the partner needs some time, and you must come up with a very good formula on how to approach her and to calm her down.
Please let's clap for those two gentlemen. Actually, you people are proving me wrong. So men do actually talk. You see, they talk. Yeah, you just have to make them feel safe, that they're in a safe space. They'll talk. So the first gentleman said, get the friends to talk to her. And that's a very important point. Sometimes you must ask yourself, am I the right person to talk to this person? And this is very applicable in the workplace. Let's use the example of somebody who looks they're not okay. They look like they're not okay. When they are coming to work, they look like they've had one or two, or maybe they drank too much the night before. What do we tend to do? Some people will confront it directly, like, kwani umekunywa? Yeah? Others will be like, not my problem. Yeah? I think, first of all, let's never ignore, because I usually say that's a cry for help, okay? But number two, don't always confront people directly, because you may not be the best person in that situation. I would recommend this person has a friend in the office, okay? Who's their closest person, or who is the person in the office who is very motherly. You know those people? Maybe you tell them, can you check on so and so? Are they okay? Are you the right person to check up on people? Then number two, you said give it time. If somebody has just lost their spouse or their child, give them time. So when they start taking time off work, tusianze kunungunika, nani amechukua too many leaves. Yeah, let's give people space to go through it. And if it is you who has gone through something, also don't abuse, because what we are saying is people are abusing situations and mental health a lot. People are saying, I'm not coming to work because I'm depressed. But then every week, it can't be every week, Cindy. So let's not abuse the system, but give people time to recover. Anyone else who wants to contribute to how you can help a loved one who looks like they're having an issue with their mental health? I'll give you a recommendation, but I want to hear from you. Anybody else? Nobody. This, yes, again, wonderful. Let's hear from him. We've not heard from him. Yeah.
Coming closer to him or her, so that you can identify the main problem.
Can you hear him? They cannot hear. Just project.
Staying closer to her or him, so that you can identify the main problem he has.
He's saying staying close to the person, because guess what? When people are going through mental health challenges, they are usually shunned. Is that true? People shun them. People shun them. This is the time you visit more. This is not the time to avoid people. Even giving the example of grief, after the funeral, what happens? Everybody disappears. The phone calls stop. No more M-Pesa messages. But the person has still died, isn't it? So check on people. 1 month later, still send something, because a family that has lost, for example, the provider, the problems continue. Yeah? Support, being supportive. Even in the workplace, be supportive. I want to reach there and do a question and answer, because I believe that the best conversations about wellness are always driven by the people. Okay? So if you have any question or clarification, maybe I said something that you disagree with, this is your chance. If you have a question, a comment, this is your chance. Anybody? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. You know, counseling is very expensive. Do you guys have somewhere free where we can refer people? Maybe that is why many people are not able to reach out because they cannot afford to pay for the counseling.
I agree with you. Don't give out the mic because I have a question for you. How much is counseling? 20K per session or per month?
Per session.
20K per session? What's your suggestion?
Per session, not less than 1,500 per
Not
session.
less than 1,500, not
Yes.
more than? Maximum?
4,000.
4,000. Okay, anybody else? Okay. By the way, I don't invalidate your comment. I agree it is expensive. The range is usually from where you have given, 1,500 to around 4. 20K, I don't know anybody charging that. Unless it's an admission, when you are admitted. But I want to ask you guys, how much do pediatricians charge? Pediatrician? Yes? Please give her the mic. How much? We know what a pediatrician does. Wanatibu watoto wetu, si ndio? And I have one, so I know. How much are the peds charging? 384. Okay, sawa sawa. Tuseme leo you fracture your hand and you go see an orthopedic. How much are they charging? 5,000 minimum. Okay. What is the difference? What's the difference? Why do, for example, insurance companies, some of them don't cover, but we are happy that at least Chiromo, we've partnered with so many. Yeah? But why do some of them feel that one we don't cover? Yes. Yes. Very good. So before, insurance companies did not see the need, but it's not even COVID. There's the Mental Health Act that was passed. Please, I urge you to go read it. Mental illness is a disease, the way you can have cancer. And so there's no insurance that really should tell you this one we can't cover. And within that Mental Health Act, even suicide is there. Even addiction is there. So the way insurance companies work is they work on demand. If you people don't demand those services, they will not cover for them. So what I urge you is demand for those services, even at the workplace. It starts here. Tell your HR, we need a psychologist. Tell your HR, we need that Dr. Vundi who came to give another talk. When the demand is there, they supply. COVID. At the beginning of COVID, I remember I was working at Nairobi Hospital. They were refusing to cover. But the demand came too much, they had to cover it. Am I telling lies or I'm telling the truth? So the moment we start acknowledging that mental illness is real, we go to hospital and say, I am unwell, call your insurance. The person alikuzia your insurance, they usually sell it with so much energy and psych. Sindio? Call them and tell them, your insurance will renew. Next year, I'm not renewing if there is no mental health. Because let me tell you, the day you need it, and you don't have that 5,000, that's when you'll regret, why didn't I push for this thing? So that's my third challenge to you. Drive the demand for these services, okay? And then about expense, I understand the economy is tough, but today just go look at what you spend your money on. Some ladies, you can spend that 3,000 on your hair. Let's just talk the truth, okay? So I'm not saying that, I think sometimes we need to also prioritize. Some of you munajenga nyumbani. One weekend, instead of kutumana simiti, just say, I'll put this one in my emergency, whatever, emergency savings for my health. But on the bigger scale with SHIF, there are some things we are not in control of. So I would urge all of you, if you can even channel some of your savings towards health specifically. Just challenge, put some money aside for the day somebody gets unwell. It would be a good place to start. Okay? All right, we have a question from the lady, yes?
Good afternoon, my name is Purity. I would like to ask about post-traumatic stress disorder regarding, on behalf of my colleagues. So if you wish, you maybe can share with us as relatives or friends how to deal with maybe police officers who have experienced some post-traumatic stress disorder.
Thank you. So, by the way, we work a lot with police as well. She's asking about PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. I'll break it down this way. Do we know what trauma is? Do we know? Because I don't think we know. Yeah, sometimes you hear people saying, I was in a meeting with my boss, it was so traumatic. That traffic was so traumatic. Yeah, we abuse some of this language. Even with depression, you hear people saying, I'm feeling depressed. Yet you mean you just had a bad day. Sindio? So trauma is going through an experience that shifts the way you think, the way you feel, and the way you behave. Remember those 3 things I told you to check on? Somebody can go through something that fundamentally shifts the way they think, feel, behave. Usually the gravity of it is a lot. For example, witnessing something very traumatic, which police officers sometimes, witnessing death, something, for example, sexual trauma, domestic violence is trauma. So I think even aside from those big ones, let me give you also something that is traumatic but is not to that scale. People who have, for example, multiple pregnancy losses. You have 5, 6 pregnancy losses. That is traumatic. Accidents, road accidents are traumatic. I have patients who get accidents and they cannot drive. That's trauma. I think the examples are giving you the picture of what trauma is. It's a grave, something of a very big gravity happening to somebody. Now, when we identify PTSD, the first thing we usually say is it's a journey. That one we don't treat in 3 months. So you need to have contact with a psychiatrist and a psychologist, and you walk a journey for a long time. Most times medication is needed because with PTSD, people get flashbacks. And these flashbacks induce a lot of anxiety and sadness. They can't sleep. So many people with PTSD need medication. So for you, how do you help your fellow police officers? If you identify this one might have PTSD, send them to us. Right, I think we're doing poorly in time. I think you're just being respectful, but we have really gone out of time, isn't it? Carol? We can take how many more questions? Your lunch is ready? Yeah. The chief guest. So let me just take 2 more questions or comments or experiences. Somebody maybe wants to share. We'll take 1, 2, 3. Let's start with him, then the gentleman at the back, then you.
Okay,
Yes,
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I only wanted to know how closely your association is working with the government, because we've seen that the cases are now rising based on the financial basis. So we really need to know how closely you work with the government so that they stop encroaching so much and each and every time on our pay slips. We can't save. You are telling us to save. We can't.
So, Dr. Vundi, there are certain terms that are causing mental stress. SHIF, affordable housing finance.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
My question is...
wait, let's take one question at a time. So somebody wants me to talk about politics, and I was told a long time ago by a very wise man, kama unataka kukosana na watu, talk about politics or religion. So I can see you're really trying to box me. But to answer your question, yes, the psychiatrists, Kenya Psychiatric Association works very closely with government, but there's only so much that we can do as the professionals. Okay? But let me tell you what we have done. Does anyone know about the Mental Health Task Force? You have never heard of the Mental Health Task Force? So we are doing poorly. Yes. How come you know and you're not saying? Just say what you say. It's enough.
I think I heard of it sometimes back, and I think it was headed by Dr. Frank Njenga. Yeah.
It was headed by Dr. Frank Njenga, who is actually my boss, the one who was behind Chiromo brand. He was, what happened? Let me give you the story, and I won't take long. There's a time when our former president said something like, something is not okay with mental health. Sindio? And he created a position called Presidential Advisor to Mental Health, who was Frank Njenga. And we were tasked as psychiatrists to go all over the country and do an assessment of how are people doing. We did studies of suicide rates, depression, and the report is there online. You can just download and read. You can see how your county is doing. Maybe your county is the one where people are doing the worst. Yeah? When we got that report, it was alarming. We are not doing well. And so we presented the report, and the president actually during one of his speeches said that mental health, it's like now an emergency. We need to address it. Okay? So solutions were also suggested. One, they suggested to expand Mathare, or rather come up with a totally new facility, because Mathare is bursting at its seams. Two, there was a lot that came up about funding and policy. That's how I'm answering your question. So as we made the recommendation, but can we affect the budget? But we made the recommendation. We also made a recommendation that teachers need to be trained to identify these mental health challenges. Because if a teacher catches these things early, we can even change the narrative completely. Okay? So that's what we did as professionals. Kazi kwenu kama wananchi, to push for the solutions, to push your local administrators, your governors, push them to do something about it. The report is there. We have very, very good recommendations. Even with SHIF, we talked about funding and how we can make sure that mental health is of top priority. Okay? Second question.
Okay, we hear you, Doc.
Yeah.
There's a question here.
Yes, my name is Ben Alog. I want to ask a question. I don't want to be academic about it. I want to be very practical. The question is, in certain situations in the family setup, you would find the person who's actually seeking medication or actual intervention for the partner, you go to an extent where you find now the partner is actually the cause of the mental problem. How do you solve such a situation from a practical perspective?
It looks mature, Doc.
No, that's a wonderful question, because for me, and I think I mentioned this earlier, when I meet a patient and they are depressed or they are drinking too much, I have to ask why. Okay, so we talked about genetics, we talked about childhood experiences, but environment also contributes. So when you're doing the consultation, we usually explore family history very well. I always get a family member to come. I meet them themselves. Who is your husband? Who is your child? Who is your boss? Because guess what? Some people are anxious because of their boss. Is that true? People are burnt out because of the work environment. So when we identify the why, and in this case, as you're saying, the why could be the spouse, we usually do therapy. I talked about therapy, which is what's called counseling. However, the rules of counseling is I cannot tell you what to do. So I cannot tell you, you need to leave your husband. My job is to help you see that this man is making me sick, or this woman is making me sick, and I need to do something about it. Are we clear? Yes. The only times we can really give direction is, for example, with children. So for family therapy, sometimes we guide parents and we say, huyu mtoto doesn't look like they will do too well in 844. Maybe they need to go to another system or a special school. There we can touch on that. But I can't tell you to quit your job. Okay? I can't. So we guide you. We guide you to see, to get that insight. And it works. Most times when you give somebody insight, they actually come and tell you, by the way, I left that guy. Now I'm happier. Okay? Or not. But yeah. This is now the final question, I believe, because I believe the second speaker is here. Or should I not take it? All right, okay.
Yeah, maybe you can give us some insights in terms of the prevalence across age brackets. Is it more prevalent in older people, mid-age people, or younger people?
Okay. Right, so he's asking about prevalence of mental illness. I would start by saying even before age, it's different for different conditions. For example, depression is more prevalent in women. Suicide is more prevalent in men. So we usually, when we're looking at prevalence, we start with the condition. But before even the condition, the global prevalence of mental illness is 1 in 4. So I want us to count 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1 in 4 people have a form of mental issue. Okay, please stop pointing them. They are not, let's not stigmatize. Of course, it might not follow that order. It might not follow that order. But I believe this room, are we 100? We might be 100. So if we do 1 in 4, how many people? Yeah. So it's a big number. We don't even see that number with other conditions. It's a big number. All right? But then different conditions are prevalent for different ages. So of course, young people are more prevalent to conditions like ADHD. Children tend to get things like ADHD, autism, okay? Older people tend to get dementia where they are forgetting. So different age groups have different prevalences. Yeah. I think we'll reach there because we can't exhaust, but if you invite me, I will come and talk more. I'd just like to say that this has been a fantastic crowd. In fact, I felt you drove the conversation, and it tells me that Kenya Pipeline is doing well. There are places you go to talk about mental health and nobody's talking. So this is a good sign. Keep doing what you're doing, and I would love to come back to discuss more. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for the doc. Thank you, Doc. Even as you take your seat, we had some little conversation prior to your coming. And I was painting a scenario where a 62-year-old man is seen moving close to an Airbnb with a young lady of about 23. This is a situation that needs reporting, because if you keep quiet, there'll be a funeral. Whom do we seek help from? A psychiatrist, a psychologist, or a police officer? Maybe just a quick one. Yeah. Kindly. A 62-year-old man is seen walking into an Airbnb with a 23-year-old. If you do nothing, we are likely to have a funeral. Because usually some blue pills never miss, and casualties are found from this kind of scenarios. If I have, of course they are adults, yeah, but I have seen this, whom do I report to? A psychologist, a psychiatrist, or a police officer?
My question is, what have you identified that you need to report?
You see, the problem is these kind of scenarios have always led to death, especially the death of men in that category.
Please say what you're saying. No, I'm just hearing very interesting discourse here. No, just say what you're saying. Don't be shy. Well, I can say what you say. He's saying that is not a mental health issue. How many agree?
I think the I'm sorry. I think the question was not about the mental.
Guys, let's hear from him, please. Yes.
I think the question was not about the mental illness. It was a random question. It was asking where should we report this? Is it police? Is it?
Let me ask you, where would you report?
I think I will report to the police.
Police. Wangapi wa police with our friend here? Wangapi wa police? Just show of hands. Don't be shy. There is no shame. Yes. So you are the. I don't think he's the only one. Kuna watu wa police.
Hiya hakuna kesi hapo. Hakuna kesi. Yes. They are adult.
It's a crime scene in the making.
They are adult.
Now, from where I sit, who is the complainant? That's where I start. Who is the complainant?
Who is the complainant? Okay, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Before I give my answer. Oh, yes, please.
Okay, to me, there is no case there.
Okay.
Because when you're talking of the mental illness, we talked about self-care. The 63 years old is going for self-care because there's a therapy there.
Guys.
So,
I think there's
and if
nothing
it
for
is
me to
reporting,
add.
there's no, you report a crime, but there's no crime there.
Please.
Thank you.
Honestly, there is nothing for me to add. What I will say is this. It's good to be on the outlook. For example, if you're seeing a child being kidnapped, it's good to say something. But I would like to pose a challenge to you. Are you going through this life putting in your biases into other people? For example, as he has said, maybe that lady and that man are very happily married. 23 is an adult. Higher. Number 2, maybe that's a father and daughter. You don't know what they're going to do. Maybe that's their Airbnb business. They're going to check on the business. Let's not go through life with our own biases and prejudices. Yeah? You don't know what is happening, but it's good to ask questions. It's good to ask questions. Let's leave it at that. I think if you've not taken anything, please let's take self-care seriously. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the dog. I really must admit we have a very engaging crowd. And I would agree with the dog that the crowd is quite responsive. We really appreciate this far. Even as you sit without necessarily turning your head, must be some scent coming across your noses. You don't necessarily have to see, and you don't need faith here. You will soon be tasting that meal. But as we do this, we have the MD's representative coming up in a moment. But as we do so, even as we wait for her to come to the podium, Caro, safety culture, what is it about? They told us culture is a way of life, right? So safety culture is equally a culture that is safe, right? And then there's a question I asked when we are still very few here. And let me ask now that we are many. A person that is not secure, is he safe, Joel? Anthony, a person that is not safe, is he secure? So both are not safe. As in, if you're not secure, you're not safe. If you're not safe, you're not secure. Where do you put the distinction? Or where do you have the interface? Let's talk about it. We are in a building like such that has no opening, for example, or the doors are malfunctioning. Are you safe? But could you be secure? Hello? Are there scenarios where you are safe but not secure? Just a thought-provoking question. And are there situations where you are thinking, Zilpa, karibu sana. We appreciate you here. It's only Caro that has the honors to untie the shoelaces at your feet. So for me, I'm just thinking aloud. But Zilpa, I'm thinking, Strategy normally is about the how aspect of doing things. Zilpa, I'm addressing you. Strategy is about how to get things done. And as we think aloud in terms of environment and safety, that is where we are today. A simple scenario that maybe I'll address as you come up. A person who desires to get married, where do they begin from? Cramming the marriage vows or introducing themselves first? Because both are involved. Where does strategy come in through this? I'm sure you'll address this as you come up. So, Caro, kindly.
I know guys are hungry, so we're going to keep this next session short and sweet. But you mentioned safety culture, and I realized I didn't mention it in my speech. One of the things we were trying to achieve during this safety week and this financial year, so it's not limited to 26th, is we're doing a safety culture assessment. And normally when you do a safety culture assessment, you target at least 40%. So we're going to be sending out the questionnaire. You can be anonymous, but how will we know what to improve if we don't hear from you? Because as somebody just left now, they have actually just given me feedback. Can we have more mental health talks? So you see, when we send that questionnaire, these are the things we will use to at least engage management on areas they can consider for improvement. So please participate. There are, I think, 16 questions, and it's an online questionnaire. So they're being done. I think outside stations, we have sent the link to the station in charges, and we'll be sending it to the station controllers. So we'll give it 2 weeks for you to respond. But on mental health, in the meantime, I think Esther can confirm we have 2 in-house counselors, right? Maybe you can, there are 3, 1 per region. So if you are not aware, I think maybe 1 or 2 people today have felt they might need some help in an area, or don't wait to get to rock bottom to seek help, or when you come to work and maybe you have something bothering you. We work very closely with the clinic team to actually deal with these issues. So under HR, we have 3 counselors. So if you have any questions, and they are located in very private areas in the depot, because I know, for example, in PS10, they're all the way behind the clinic. So you don't have to worry about privacy. And I think, as Dr. Vundi has said, they are tied by the code of, what is it called? Code of? Yeah, so you don't have to worry that it will get back to your boss and all that. So let's take advantage of those facilities that the company has invested in. So without much further ado, we mentioned earlier our MD and the GMs and the board were all down in Mombasa this week. But amongst us, we have one of our GMs, GM of strategy, Zilpa Abongo, who I'd like to invite to give a word from the MD. Straight after, we will do the awards for the outstanding performance. Then we will have a cake cutting session just to celebrate the Safety Week. By the way, I should mention, World Safety Day is actually on the 28th of every year. So it's on Sunday. So there's no way we're going to call you here on Sunday for this event, in case somebody is wondering why we are celebrating it today. So Zilpa, Karibu. Then we will hope in the next 10 or 15 minutes you should be able to, we bless the food and eat together.
Thank you, Carol. I appreciate that you've had a very long week already. You understand the significance of safety to KPC and our long-running attempt to ensure that it's ingrained within us what it is that it means within our sector. So the Safety, Health and Environment Department really did well, outdid themselves this year, having already set the bar pretty high last year by organizing a series of events that you've all been part of, and that were kicked off by the managing director. I hope you appreciate, you who are here, that you operate in an environment with hazardous gases as well as hazardous fluids within your space. So you need to take every lesson that you have garnered this week very carefully and very keenly and into consideration in your day-to-day interfacing with this environment. That said, before I jump into the formalities of a speech, someone asked me something about being married. I have no idea why they figure that I would have any strategic output in that relation. However, I'd imagine that if you want to I guess, pay dowry, you are the man, but in this world of the alphabet crew, which, by the way, we no longer look down upon because it is a mental health concern as well, you would likely have to start with considering whether you're compatible with this human being as you begin your journey, and whether or not your partnership will yield some level of collaboration, because most of the marriages that we're witnessing today do not collaborate. And that could indeed be the source of many people's stresses, like Alolo had indicated. That said, Carol alluded to your boss knowing whether or not you're going for counseling sessions. I really don't think any boss in their right mind has any business being bothered by why it is that you would see a counselor, and why not as well that they would support you. So I really don't think it's something to be embarrassed about. We've seen even children killing themselves. So whatever you need to do, please do it, because we're realizing more and more we're becoming an isolated society. On that note, the MD would like you to know that the theme for this year was exploring the impacts of climate change on occupational health and safety. I think that through parts of your activities you have seen, and with the ongoing floods, that we're in a changing world, and which then needs you to be very much aware of your role within it. We have talked about risks to your health, risks to pollution, and we have also gone into possible physical injuries that may arise from these various exposures. So this week we have engaged in drill challenges, domestic staff sensitizations that have happened at the Embakasi estate, partnerships with the Red Cross in terms of our safety assessment. We have also, we're conducting a survey. We have done contractor and OMC engagements, as well as the clinical talk from the psychiatrist. And we are continuing to engage with the Red Cross. I think there was a call for donations, if it hasn't already been mentioned. At an individual level, whatever you can give, the Red Cross is always mobilizing. And we are also going to recognize you at an individual and departmental level for your contribution towards our safety culture. That said, we have worked with the Kenya Red Cross across the whole year and across various years. And this year, particularly with the floods, I'm sure we will continue to support them, because people are losing their lives. And if you have driven on the roads, you know it is not a good space that we're operating in. I hope you read the advisories from the Red Cross and you plan your route effectively as you go home, because particularly next week is going to be a bothersome week for the floods. We supported the Mradi explosion that happened in Embakasi. We also supported an activity this week at the NJD, and we then continue to be a very pivotal company in the safety culture of the sector. So on behalf of the board of directors, as well as our managing director, we would like to urge you to continue doing your part, and also to thank our board for continuing to support this and drill this down, because this comes from the bottom, from the top to the bottom, in terms of what we want to see day to day in our operations and in our activities. And on that note, I think it is sufficient for us to recognize those who have done their part. Thank you.
A round of applause for Zilpa. Carol and the team are now to guide us for the remaining session. God bless you.
Oh, let's appreciate him. He has to go on shift. So you will be in our vote of thanks, but you will not be here. So thank you. Please carry a takeaway plate. We will be sending plates to the controllers and all the people on shifts. Please, and this is not just Nairobi eating, for your information. Everybody was given a kitty and they are celebrating a meal in their own stations. So right quick, every year we try to recognize outstanding HSE, safety, health, and environment. By the way, we keep saying HSE and SHE, it's safety, health, and environment performance across the depots. So in all the other, I think recently, this week as the MD and the board were in PS14, they had a chance to recognize 40 of the outstanding safety performance for PS12, PS1, KPRL, and PS14. So we've sent out the recognition for the other depots, for the terminal managers to recognize, and the safety in charges to recognize the team. So for now, even as we are live, please note that we may not be able to announce all the names. There were over 200. So we are knowing that this is going on in the other facilities, but as we have our GM and some of our managers here who are going to assist us in recognizing. So I think the categories that we are going to be, Dennis will be announcing. We have the outstanding safety performance. So this was from top level management all the way to bottom, because safety, as you know, in ISO, you know there has to be leadership commitment, and we also have ERTs, we have fire marshals, so this was based on a selection, based on attendance, showing somebody always coming up and going above and beyond in their call of duty, even though and these are not SHE staff, for your information. So I hope you'll be motivated, some of you, to join some of these teams. We keep inviting you to. We have outstanding performance. Yeah, okay, fine. HSE committee is something, it's a legal requirement that every facility with 20 or more staff has a HSE committee. Now, this is mixed with unionizable and management staff. It should not be something recognizable, basically, because it's a statutory requirement. But we have some HSE committees that go above and beyond. They meet when there's an incident, because they are the ones who are tasked with the responsibility to carry out incident investigation. They share outstanding reports, they do walkabouts. So those are some of the criteria we are looking at. We have emergency response team members, that's who we call ERTs. I think you saw some of them here in Nairobi. In the social media in Bomba Hub, you can see the pictures that were going on before we started the event. These are guys who are outside HSE, but they have been appointed, and they show up, they respond to emergencies with us. Like you had some of the emergencies that I have mentioned that have occurred this financial year. We rely on these people. For those of you who are here in HQ and Nairobi Terminal, some of these guys are the ones you saw actually running the hoses, and of course they are led by our firemen. So that's what we want to do right now. So I think I'll let Dennis announce the names and which of the management team will be awarding the different categories.
Okay, thank you, Carol. I think you can have this. So, as Carol has mentioned, we'll stand with outstanding HSE performance. And of course, there are guys who are not here. There is Martin Wanyama. There is Mercy Wesitula. Jack Nyambere. Jack? Probably. I thought I saw you. Okay. There is also Bernard Mandu. I thought I saw. Oh, there you are. Just come. Oh, Joel Mburu, come on, please. We move this. Sylvester Kilonzo. Sylvester Kilonzo. Okay, probably not here. David Omondi. Come, please. Give him a clap, please. Mr. Mburu, Kazi Jaisha.
We needed to mention that this was not just limited to KPC staff. These guys are the face of KPC, and how they welcome you, and how yesterday I think I was absent-minded and I was outside the zebra crossing. And even as we were walking, he was talking to us about climate change issues. So we really recognize even the guys who enforce safety. So thank you so much. I had to add that.
Thank you. Peter Gidai. Peter? PS10. Okay. It's okay. So thank you. So the second category is outstanding performance in health and safety committees. All stations in Kenya Pipeline, of course, apart from PS2, 6 and 4, and 26A and 26 normally have HSE committees as a requirement of law. And then there are staff who normally are very, they normally come for the meetings, investigations on a consistent manner. So those ones we are recognizing. The first one you have Fred Otieno. Fred is away. Okay. Ruth Gasheri. Okay. Salvador Aguina. Okay. James Kimayos. Laban, come and issue the award. Kimayos was here. Oh, okay, okay. Peterson Mwangi. Bernard Mandu. Yes, huh? Come again? Oh, this is our ICTM manager. Okay. Stella Warigia. Dixon Rotich. Dixon was here, yes. Okay, thank you. Florence Kulei. Florence Kulei, probably not here. And Jane Ikungu. Jane? Thank you very much. Thank you, Laban, for that. Anthony Ndegwa, you want to come and present the next award, please? Anthony is our finance manager. So the next category is ERT, consistent and exemplary ERT performance. ERT is an emergency response team. This is basically our first line of defense in the event of an emergency, of course in KPC and even at times outside. So the ones you're recognizing are actually 5 staff. The first one is Bernard Mandu. It's okay. I can hear murmuring. What's up? That is great performance. We thank Bernard Mandu for that. Jacob Nyabere. I don't. Okay. Jane Mwai. Thank you, Jane. Angelica Mtua. Okay, thank you. And Crispus Sabatia. I think Sabatia, yeah, okay, there you are. So thank you very much, Anthony. So our next, those were certificates we're issuing. Our next category is vouchers. Of course, you can't pick for somebody. So.
And then now, what will Anthony be holding?
I think he's already done his one.
Oh, he did?
Yeah,
Oh, he was? No, I meant Buru. He did?
So we have vouchers that you are giving, probably no particular order. So I think Zilpa, you can come and the vouchers actually, the guests who've received the certificates also get the vouchers. So it's in a particular mix. So I think Carol can announce because he has the vouchers.
Okay, so we have Faith Oreta from Mayog as an outstanding ERT member. Caroline Mutiso can be coming. Caroline Mutiso was not in? Okay. Dixon Rotich, outstanding HSC committee member. Our TM is no longer here. James Kimayos was also being rewarded. Angelica Mutua, outstanding performer as an ART member. Jane Mwai, outstanding ART. Jacob Nyambere, I think, is away. David Omondi, Total Security HQ. Oh, sorry. Sylvester Kilonzo, Total Surveillance Security PS10. Then Mercy Wesitula, I think, is away. Bernard Mandu. I swear. Hey, Mandu, I think, needs a bigger clap than that. For sure. Martin Wanyama is not here, but I just felt it's important that you hear me say Martin Wanyama, our OM, is actually being recognized because he supports us every time when it comes to safety matters. We have Estan Kurani, who's a leading soccer reporter. This one I'll also mention in absentia. We have our GM Finance, Pius Mwendwa. Do you want to receive for him? Anthony can receive on it. I'm not sure about this. But okay. For his, leading soccer reporter. So we have, yes, Zilpa won last year. We have Samuel Nyaga, who is also a leading soccer reporter. Samuel Nyaga, okay. Beth Mushoki, leading soccer reporter. No? And then Ann Kioria, leading soccer reporter. And Helen Akech, leading soccer reporter. Okay. Kenneth Sabila, who is the acting security manager, and he just joined last year, and he's overtaken all of you, leading soccer reporter. So we will recognize him last. Then we have Rachel Simiu, who's also a leading soccer reporter. Oh, okay. Okay, I guess she's not here. So thank you. I think now we'll call, we wanted to do the cake cutting, and I think Mandu is going to assist us cut this cake. I think you've seen the trend. It becomes such a part of you when you start doing safety. Like if any of the firemen are not in the station, I know the first person to call is Mandu, and the rest, and he'll mobilize the rest of the team. But all in all, I think you need to know your ERTs and fire marshals and first aiders who are in this room. Please stand up, because they're also, so that you can just wave to the crowd and we can clap for you. And this is also a call for those who, yeah. We do weekly trainings. On Monday and Wednesday, these guys go through intensive trainings. Then they even go for further trainings at Mayog. So it's a calling. So we appreciate you so much. So now we have a symbolic cake just to mark World Safety Day, which I'll ask our GM and Mandu and our Chief Environment Officer to come and, oh, okay, he wants us to move the table. So what we will do is we will cut it, but so that food doesn't get cold, we'll call somebody to say a word of prayer for lunch, and then it will be dessert. It will be at the end of the row from all the food. I hope we are in agreement, because I know we had hoped the program to end at 1:30 and now it's 2:10. Immaculate, come on. So the cake says Safety Week 2024, and it's just to appreciate each and every one of you. Like I said, I keep having to put this disclaimer for the people in outside stations. I hope you feel appreciated with the token that we gave you to have your own celebration, but we will enjoy this on your behalf as well. So Zilpa, go ahead. Sorry? Oh, you guys can. We also appreciate when we see managers amongst us, because we know sometimes, please, Laban, Anthony, Mboro, please join so that the team can know. Huh? You just stand to here. Elizabeth, I can see you back there. Kindly join your. Is there?
The winners, please come forward. We say safety first. Huh? Safety first as you cut the cake. 1, 2, safety first. Safety always. Okay. The winners, please come forward. The winners, please come forward. Mandu wako hapo. The other winners, please come forward. Aya. So you can some serviettes somewhere. Jane, help with some serviettes. And I volunteered to be ready to pray for us, to bless the meal. The cake should be enough for all of us to test, so we can have them in some plates and pass it around.
Okay, we are praying before we take. Adan, we want to pray.
Let's bow our heads and pray. Father, we come before you in the name of Jesus. We do thank you for this session, for this event that has just ended. We pray, Father Lord, even for the food that is before us. We pray that you may sanctify it, and Lord, that you may, as we celebrate even the cake cutting, that, Lord, that this may be a memorable event, and Lord, that it may enable us, Lord, to be more motivated, Lord, to work harder, Lord, in safety. We do pray, Lord, for the food. May you bless it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much. As we are sharing the cake, let me take this opportunity to give a vote of thanks to all of us across the company, from Mombasa all the way to PS28, who have taken their time to be involved in this activity. As we have said from when we started, safety is for all of us. We expect all of us to be supporting us as part of KPC. At any time we are called upon, we are all safety officers. And this has really been shown by all of us being present in this room and also online and participated in the various activities across the company. And we would like to say asanteni sana a second time for making Safety Week an event that we all cherish, participate, and look forward to on annual basis. But the key is, when called upon or in event of an emergency, or even as you walk around, remember you are a safety officer first and expected to support and intervene to lessen the impact of that emergency. With that, we want to say asanteni sana and close this year's Safety Week event and invite you for dinner at the back there. Asanteni sana. A lunch at the back there. Karibuni sana. Asanteni. Okay.